Chapter 1361. It was not a secret that the three universal civilizations had resisted the first wave of foreign invasion in the intercepting circle. They had already let the Galactic Society know when they mobilized the various armies and armed forces. Because this battle was not broadcasted live, no information was sent back. After many days of fermentation, countless galactic residents heading to the central area of the explored universe were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would wake up the next day and see the news of the three universal civilizations' defeat. In the atmosphere of the entire Galactic Society, the Foreign Affairs Department of the three universal civilizations, which had been silent for many days, finally broadcasted the results of the frontline battle to the Galactic Society, announcing this great victory. The three universal civilizations claimed that the attacks of the foreign enemies had been repelled and released a more detailed battle report, publicizing the loss ratio of many troops. The most eye-catching of all was the results of the high-level combatants. With just 6 people as the price, they had killed more than 100 beyond grade as. This battle record made countless people's eyes light up. Although the three universal civilizations had won the battle, they had also lost billions of fleets. Even so, it was still a praiseworthy victory. The loss was far lower than the enemies, but the loss ratio at the beyond grade A level was several times better. They were the troops with the lowest loss ratio, outshining the rest. Successfully wiping out the expeditionary army, this great victory greatly boosted the people's morale. Most of the galactic residents who had been frightened heaved a sigh of relief. The panic and fear in their hearts gradually faded, and they were filled with excitement and joy. The public opinion that was originally filled with all kinds of worry and panic changed unanimously, turning into a trend of praising the three universal civilizations. It was as if there were loyal supporters everywhere overnight. The amazing battle record of the Beyond Grade as was naturally a hot topic of discussion among ordinary people, and they were almost unanimously praised. Many galactic residents praised their own individual strength for being quite reliable, as if they had forgotten the hate speech they had made against the association in the past. The association seemed to have gone from an opposing class that abused its privileges as it pleased to a trustworthy guardian of the Galactic Society, and its image underwent a 180-degree change. During the internal conflicts, many galactic residents did not like the Beyond Grade as and never stopped picking on them. However, when facing a great victory of the foreign enemies, the galactic residents felt proud of the excellence of their high-level combatants. The long-accumulated resentment and hatred seemed to have been selectively forgotten, and their attitude changed very smoothly. Of course, there were also groups of people with deep-rooted resentment. However, at present, they were all cowering and did not dare to voice their usual opinions. They shrunk their necks and quietly accepted the protection with a clear conscience. Now that the enemy had not retreated, they did not dare to put down their chopsticks and curse. However, for most of the galactic residents, when danger came, they would cheer for whoever protected them from invasion. The unity of the outside world temporarily suppressed the internal class conflicts. A great victory, Dylan disagreed. The huge virtual screen played the news report of the three universal civilizations. The room was filled with revivers who had joined the association with different expressions. Due to the previous differences, many revivers did not respond to the call and did not participate in this battle. They all stayed in the explored universe and did not know how intense the battle at the front lines was. They could only watch the battle reports through the news. 6 people sacrificed in exchange for hundreds of casualties. Normally, this would not happen. It seems like Aurora's ability has already reduced the battle losses to a very, very low level. Beja nodded. No matter how low the battle losses are, the 6 people who died in the battle are still dead. There are also association members among them. They lost their lives because they believed Blackstar's nonsense. Serves them right. Dylan curled his lips. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. How could there be no deaths in a war of such intensity? The sacrifice of Beyond Grade as was inevitable, but emotionally speaking, everyone still felt that it was a pity. Don't say that. They sacrificed themselves to fight against foreign enemies. Furthermore, with Blackstar's Sanctum revival, they can still be reborn. Beja sighed. Humph, so what if it's the Sanctum revival? There's only one chance. They foolishly wasted it. When they come back to life, they'll think the same as us sooner or later, Dylan said with contempt. Beja could not refute. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't we still have the underworld as our final guarantee? TSK, do you like losing your freedom? I even suspect that Black Star urged us to participate in the war. Another goal is for us to die in battle and enter the underworld, indirectly enriching his forces." Humph, what a bad guy. Dylan clicked his tongue. Black Star shouldn't be such a person. Beja shook his head. Are you very close to him? Can you guarantee what he's thinking? Dylan said impatiently. Whose side are you on? If you like to speak up for Black Star so much, why don't you scram behind his butt? Why don't you obediently receive whatever *T he throws at you? What are you talking about? Plus, Black Star doesn't need to *T. Beja's mouth twitched, but he was not angry. He was already used to Dylan's foul mouth. Dylan retracted his gaze and snorted. This is only the first wave of attacks. The enemy will invade again, and more beyond grade as will die in battle. If we participate in the battle, we'll end up like this sooner or later. It wasn't easy for us to get a new life. I'm not willing to work for the 3 universal civilizations. Have you made up your mind to watch the enemy invade? Beja frowned. Humph, I'm not going to get involved in this mess. If the 3 universal civilizations win, I'll stay. If they don't win, where can I go in the universe? My elven holy kingdom is gone, and my concubines have been divided up. What's there for me to miss? Dylan scratched his nose. Fine. You're good. Beja was speechless. He shook his head and walked out of the room. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his communicator and dialed Oathkeeper's number. A few seconds later, the call went through, and Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. What's the matter? Beja hesitated for a moment before saying, regarding Black Star's call, I want to ask for your opinion. He was actually a little confused. After all, Dylan was not completely unreasonable. To the revivers, it was not a bad choice to stay out of trouble. However, Beja still could not make up his mind, so he wanted to ask for Oathkeeper's opinion. Oathkeeper's persistence over the years had earned the respect of all the revivers. After all, he was once a comrade with the same goal and an old friend of many years. He was very important in his heart and was far more trustworthy than Black Star. Oathkeeper also knew that the revivers did not respond to Han Xiao's call, so he understood what Beja was asking. He pondered for a moment and said, I suggest you participate in the battle and give it your all. Seeing that Beja did not speak, Oathkeeper continued, I know you're worried about the risks, but Black Star has his own plan and doesn't treat you guys as sacrifices. The underworld isn't all his trump cards. He's prepared other escape routes for you guys. Furthermore, you guys have a misconception. The compromise of the 3 universal civilizations doesn't mean that the battle between the beyond grade as is over. Black Star is still working hard for this goal. The enemy is an opportunity. I don't really understand. Beja frowned. It's not convenient for me to explain this matter too clearly for the time being. If you're willing to believe me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be afraid of death. Black Bear will always have a way to make you open your eyes again. Oathkeeper shook his head. Without Black Star's approval, it was not convenient for him to reveal the truth of the unlimited Sanctum revival. Furthermore, it would be suspicious if he said it. Facts spoke louder than words. Oathkeeper had heard Han Xiao talk about the plan and knew that Black Star needed a reviver who dared to die in battle as an example. If none of the revivers participated in the battle, Black Star would lack the material to show the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it was not appropriate to directly ask the revivers to die. After all, even with the Sanctum revival, their strength would decrease after they were reborn. Not many people were willing to do so. People's hearts were always fickle, so he could only urge them to participate in the battle. Anyway, as long as they went to the front lines, Oathkeeper believed that Black Star would definitely be able to act as the revivers. I'll think about it. Beja hung up the communication and thought about Oathkeeper's hint. He pondered for a while before making up his mind. There must be a reason for Oathkeeper's suggestion. It was better to go to the front lines to take a look. Even if he participated in the battle, Aurora would be on the battlefield, so the danger should not be that high. In the large conference room of the Intercepting Circle's main base, many beyond grade as who participated in the battle gathered together. On the conference stage sat Simon and the other commanders, as well as the remote projections of the leaders of the three universal civilizations. After many days of fighting, this batch of World Tree Expedition team had already been defeated. The three universal civilizations only had to clean up the mess, and the three leaders descended to reward these beyond grade as. The direct beyond grade as had other internal rewards, but the rewards for the association members were different. They were basically direct material rewards. This was an agreement that Han Xiao and the three universal civilizations had agreed on long ago. The association would not provide high-level combatants for free. Everyone's contributions have been recorded. According to the agreement that His Excellency Blackstar has negotiated with us, we will pay you enough. These are the list of resources. Ma Bruce summoned the virtual screen and opened a list interface. All kinds of items that could be exchanged were displayed to everyone present. Han Xiao took a look and nodded slightly. Many of the items here were strategic resources that were not open to the public under normal circumstances. This time, all of them were open to exchange and did not hide anything. This was basically the same as the players using their faction contribution points to exchange for equipment, but the difference was that the Beyond Grade as did not have an interface to display their contribution points. This time, Louis pondered for a moment and said, "In order to show our sincerity, you can choose different universal treasures in our inventory as rewards according to your contributions. It will be the same in the future." Hearing this, the eyes of many Beyond Grade as lit up with joy. Many of them did not even have a single universal treasure, but now that they had a channel to exchange for it, they were pleasantly surprised. Even those who had universal treasures did not mind having more equipment in their hands. "Yo, you've put in a lot of effort." Han Xiao raised his brows. At the very least, every Beyond Grade A participating in the battle would have one, which was not a small number. Furthermore, they would be provided with the right to exchange for it every time they fought in the future. Even if the three universal civilizations had a lot of universal treasures in their inventory, they could not afford to be so extravagant. After all, the Beyond Grade as could choose on their own, so they would definitely choose from the good ones. However, on second thought, Han Xiao understood the three universal civilizations' plan. Since they had to distribute universal treasures to the participants in every battle, they might as well give them away. At the same time, it would also encourage the Beyond Grade as to fight. After all, if the Beyond Grade as were gone, there was no point in keeping some universal treasures that were exclusive to individuals. In addition, the three universal civilizations might have another plan, which was to use rewards to attract the association's revivers to participate in the battle. Han Xiao knew what kind of shit they were holding in. However, there was no need to stop them. Han Xiao was also happy to let the three universal civilizations bleed. He could not ask the other Beyond Grade as who had contributed to the battle to reject this reward. That would be too unpopular. Everyone rubbed their palms and chose the universal treasures they liked from the list. However, there were also a few Beyond Grade as who made a different choice. They surrounded Aurora and smiled kindly. "We owe you a favor this time. Do you have any universal treasures you want? I can help you choose." "Hey!" Aurora was stunned and waved her hands. "There's no need for that. There's no need to be modest. You deserve it." Milazor's incarnation revealed a loving smile. As a huge living target, be it the enemy's hit rate or his own healer's hit rate, it was very high for him. This time, he was the happiest to be healed by Aurora. "Ah, I really don't need anything." Aurora was helpless. This was the truth. With an insane treasure like the underworld and a boss who sold universal treasures in bulk, why would she need anything else? She really did not need the universal treasures of the three universal civilizations. The surrounding Beyond Grade as looked at her enviously, but they could understand her actions. After all, this battle had already proven that if one wanted to survive on the battlefield, a healer was the most important. Some Beyond Grade as were willing to give up the opportunity to exchange for universal treasures to please Aurora. Furthermore, this healer's healing ability was limited. If they did not build a good relationship with her, the amount of healing they received after the battle would probably not be comparable to others. Han Xiao glanced at Aurora, who was surrounded by everyone, and his mouth twitched. TSK, so this is what it means to have milk is mother. After complaining in his heart, Han Xiao retracted his gaze and casually looked at the list. He did not feel anything. He had a deep foundation now, so he did not care too much about the universal treasures provided by the 3 universal civilizations. His thoughts had already drifted away. The main storyline mission of this battle had already been completed. Although it was a drop in the bucket for him, the EXP reward this time was very generous. Countless army players had received a large wave of EXP, which was the greatest benefit for him. The sooner the players reached the max level, the sooner they could spend their EXP elsewhere, increasing their EXP gain speed. Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. After repelling the enemy this time, a large number of high-level combatants will need time to revive. With me here, the World Tree probably won't dare to send foreign experts over, so their next wave of attacks won't arrive so soon. Should I take this opportunity to make a trip to the Sanctum? The flow of time in the Sanctum was different from that in the main universe. The last time he entered the third Sanctum, it took him 3 months. Even if his authority in the first Sanctum was higher, it would probably take him a lot of time. Taking advantage of the fact that the World Tree was not invading, it was a good opportunity to enter the Sanctum. There was a high chance that he would not miss anything. Han Xiao planned to enter the Sanctum this time not only to revive the 6 victims. There were still many beyond grade as waiting to be revived in history, such as the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. This was a deal that he had agreed to. When the World Tree revived the high-level combatants, he had to expand the number of experts on his side. It's a pity that the revivers did not participate in this war. Otherwise, I would have been able to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival. However, it's fine if I don't expose it now. The war is still in its early stages. If I expose it too early, it might cause the 3 universal civilizations to have other thoughts. When the 2 sides can't split their attention, it might be the best time to expose it. Han Xiao had a thought. However, he still had to use Destiny's Child to monitor and confirm that the World Tree would not take any further action in the short term. Only then could he enter the Sanctum with ease. On the other side, in the World Tree Civilization's territory, the Tree King Palace, 4 high-level combatants have been captured alive. The mental network has been disconnected. Although the World Tree connection still exists, we can't monitor their status. The second executive officer was expressionless as he reported the situation of the 4 World Tree experts sealed in amber. Heart Tree King narrowed his eyes and revealed an interested expression. Interesting. Does the enemy this time have such a method to capture them alive? It's not simple. It might be a special item like a space wonder. Can it track their location? Yes, the connection power of the mother tree is still being transmitted to the individual, but it's being isolated by something unknown. It can't seep in, so we can't sense the situation of the 4 people. Following the interrupted information state, we can confirm that the coordinates of the 4 people are near the Expeditionary Army battlefield. Let's try to snatch them back next time. Let's see what captured them alive and throw them into the mother tree for analysis. Heart Tree King waved his hand. When will the next step begin? The executive officer asked. There's no rush. The other party's recovery type Esper is very troublesome, causing the exchange to be ineffective this time. However, no matter how low the battle results are, it's still an exchange. The enemy has permanently lost a few high-level combatants, so we still have the advantage. Heart Tree King rubbed the armrest and paused for a moment before continuing. Let's wait for our high-level combatants to revive first. Now, let's plan how to get rid of that recovery type Esper. If we don't kill this person, our tactics will be greatly reduced. If the exchange really doesn't work, then let's not waste any more time and directly launch an all-out attack. As long as we enter their territory, the mother tree will be able to eat to its heart's content. Chapter 1362. Not long after, the Beyond Grade has finished choosing their respective rewards, and the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations gave them some more encouragement before ending the meeting. The group walked out of the room and returned to their exclusive activity room. At this time, Han Xiao clapped twice, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, I have something to announce. I might be carrying out the Sanctum revival soon and bring back the 6 beyond grade as who died in battle this time." Everyone was stunned for a moment before becoming excited. So soon? Kasui blinked, a little surprised. He was someone who knew the details of the sanctums and knew that it was not easy to open them. He had always thought that Han Xiao would wait until there were more casualties before bringing them back in one go. This was more cost-effective, but now, only 6 had died before using the Sanctum revival, which was a little beyond his expectations. "It's fine, this is part of the plan." Han Xiao waved his hand. This high-intensity battle had made many beyond grade as nervous. Using the Sanctum revival to bring back the victims could boost their morale. After all, although the revival of beyond grade as in history was shocking, it was better to let everyone witness the revival of the dead. At the same time, this was also an opportunity to show their attitude. The impatience to revive the victims could make most people feel relieved and believe that they would receive the same treatment. After all, the other beyond grade as did not know the price of the Sanctum revival. The more relaxed Han Xiao appeared, the more confidence they would have. "I feel that those 6 guys don't want to be revived so quickly. They might die again next time. Why don't we let them sleep for a while?" Sun Hunter muttered softly. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at him, and Sun Hunter immediately shut up. Hearing this, many beyond grade as had strange expressions. In everyone's eyes, the Sanctum revival was only a one-time opportunity. If they could avoid some battles during the period of death, it would be the best for them. However, from the perspective of others, they could not wait for the victims to come back quickly to share the pressure. For a moment, they did not know what to say. There were also some beyond grade as who could not help but look at Hela. If not for the fact that Blackstar had always been very reliable, they would have thought that Blackstar's purpose of reviving the dead was to quickly bring these people who had used the Sanctum revival to the underworld. Han Xiao saw everyone's expressions and could naturally guess what they were thinking. "Anyway, it's settled. I'm not only reviving the victims this time, but I also plan to revive some historical experts and expand the scale of the high-level combatants to share more pressure. So that's how it is." "That's really good." Everyone immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Beep beep beep. At this time, Han Xiao's communicator rang. He took it out and saw that it was from Beija. Han Xiao raised his brows and picked up the call. "Beija, why are you looking for me?" "Blackstar, the revivers, and I have decided to join you at the front lines and respond to your call to participate in the war." Beija went straight to the point with a solemn tone. Why so sudden?" Han Xiao was slightly stunned. The surrounding beyond grade stopped talking and pricked up their ears to listen. Because of their differences, the revivers did not come to participate in the battle and watched them fight the enemy at the front lines. Although no one said anything, they naturally had a lot of opinions about the revivers. Even if they understood the revivers' mentality, they were still dissatisfied. Although Blackstar said that he would wait for the revivers to change their minds, in the eyes of everyone, the chances of the revivers responding to the call were too low. Therefore, everyone was very curious about why Beija suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the 3 universal civilizations' rewards attracted them? It shouldn't be. These revivers had seen all kinds of good things before. Furthermore, they had just received their rewards, and the news should not have been sent back yet. Could it be that the great victory and extremely low losses this time gave the revivers confidence? I've been thinking about it recently. Since we're all beyond grade as on the United Front, we still need to advance and retreat together. We can't just watch you guys fight for your lives. Plus, Blackstar, you're right. We were all born in this galaxy, and it's not time to abandon our home yet. I've decided to do my part." Han Xiao was skeptical. These words sounded righteous, but he did not believe them. He did not feel that these old people would suddenly become hot-blooded. Could it be that Oathkeeper gave him a hint? Han Xiaoshan put on a gratified expression and said with a smile, "You've made the right choice. As I said, no matter when you change your mind, you're welcome to fight alongside us. It's great that you guys can think like that. Kasui smiled. Everyone also expressed their welcome. With Beja's attitude, the dissatisfaction of the beyond grade as present toward the revivers disappeared, and they felt much more pleasing to the eye. This time, Han Xiao asked, "By the way, did Dylan say anything about coming or not?" "He said you pooped." "Ahem, he said he didn't want to die," Beja said helplessly. "It's still the same. I don't think he'll change his mind." "Then forget it. Let's not bother about him for now." Han Xiao shook his head. After understanding Dylan's experience, he could understand why Dylan was determined not to help the three universal civilizations. After all, due to the tragedy of the Pinnacles, this old man was so green that he could directly pretend to be a member of the World Tree. After casually encouraging him, Han Xiao hung up the call, walked out of the room, found a private location, and dialed Oathkeeper's number. Very soon, Oathkeeper's face appeared on the screen. Han Xiao did not make small talk and went straight to the point. "Did you say something to Beja?" "Oh. Is he preparing to join the battle?" "I did hint at him vaguely." Oathkeeper nodded gently and explained. Han Xiao chuckled. "You're quite good at dealing with people. Although I don't necessarily need the revivers to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival, it's fine to have more of them." These revivers were not the only materials to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival. Han Xiao had long considered the possibility that these revivers would not participate in the battle and had actually made many preparations. The direct descendants of the advanced civilizations that had entered the Sanctum revival this time were actually a backup plan. After all, the mentality of the direct descendants was different. They would most likely continue to accept the command of the civilization and throw their lives into the battlefield. This way, when these revived direct descendants died in battle, he would have the materials to reveal the truth of the Sanctum revival. He did not necessarily need the revivers from before. Although Beja had decided to participate in the battle, Han Xiao did not intend to change this plan and still made preparations. These thoughts flashed through Han Xiaoxin's mind, and he asked the question he was most concerned about. "How's the collection of Sanctum keys going?" "Very good. The resources given by the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance have made up for a lot of materials. The first Sanctum has already been collected, and the third Sanctum is almost done. Other than the sixth Sanctum, the other Sanctum keys have reached more than 75%. Han Xiao glanced at the data sent by Oathkeeper and could not help but smile. Although there was only one complete Sanctum key at the moment, it did not mean that the progress would return to zero after it was used up. This was because other than some materials that were extremely difficult to obtain, most of the other materials were repeated. The three universal civilizations had a lot of stock and were supplying them in batches. Han Xiao looked at the list of materials. Even if he used up all the keys to the first Sanctum, his progress would at most fall back to 70% to 80%. He only needed to get a few more rare materials, and he would be able to get another key to the first Sanctum. "Not bad, not bad," Han Xiao muttered subconsciously. Seeing him focusing on the list, Oathkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with a glint. Blackstar was distracted. "Good opportunity. Humph, work hard. I represent the organization. Click." Without waiting for Oathkeeper to finish, Han Xiao ended the call decisively with a cold smile on his face. "Want to ambush me? Eat your *T. Beep beep beep. The communicator rang as if it was unwilling to give up. Han Xiao moved his lips, took a deep breath, and carefully received the communication. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that it was not Oathkeeper who appeared on the screen. He hurriedly stopped. "Herbalin, I received your battle report. It's unbelievable. How did you do it?" Herbalin's electronic image showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. Herbalin did not participate in this battle. On one hand, his body had not been fully adjusted, and on the other hand, he would definitely be recognized by the World Tree. He was afraid that there would be variables, so it was not convenient for him to participate in the first wave of battle. Only when the information on both sides was irreversible could he be allowed to fight at ease. "You mean the damage to the high-level combatants?" Han Xiao pinched his chin and teased. If I have to say something, it can only be attributed to my wisdom. He had only meant to joke, but he did not expect Herbalin to nod with a serious expression. Indeed, without you, the three universal civilizations would not have such a battle record. Han Xiao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I didn't expect you to be a bootlicker too. I originally thought that even if you could defeat the World Tree, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Herbalin was a little excited. Because the Karma Republic had lost too badly, Herbalin had a deep psychological shadow of the World Tree. However, the battle report of this great victory gave him confidence. He saw the hope of this universal civilization defeating the World Tree, and there was indeed a chance for revenge by hugging this thigh. Only then was he finally willing. If there are any tough battles in the future, you must use my strength. Herbalin's expression became solemn. All right, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't let you be idle. Han Xiao could only give him a few words of encouragement before hanging up. Just as he put away the communicator, footsteps sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned around and saw Hela walking over. Do you have time now? Follow me to the underworld. Hela's face was cold as she slowly said, if you don't go now, those newly accepted hero spirits will probably rebel. All right, let's go. Han Xiao nodded, changed into king, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Underworld dimension. Densely packed newborn hero spirits stood on the pitch-black ground. Countless people had blank expressions on their faces. Their memories were still frozen at the scene before their deaths, and the pain on their bodies did not seem to have disappeared. In a flash, they arrived in this space. Where is this? Why am I here? I should have been killed by the explosion. Why am I still alive? No, what's wrong with my body? Why can't I feel anything? The commotion quickly spread, and countless hero spirits became more and more flustered. They questioned while observing their surroundings, trying to figure out the current situation. These newborn hero spirits came from different civilizations, organizations, and all kinds of species. Many of them were serious soldiers, and they were all vigilantly observing the hero spirits around them. At this moment, streams of light suddenly gathered above everyone and condensed into Oniselu's figure. She had a kind smile on her face. Everyone, this is the underworld. You've already sacrificed yourselves on the battlefield, but you're not completely dead. Your souls were brought here, and you've been reborn as hero spirits here. Her voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the power of the underworld. Countless newborn heroic spirits looked up at Oniselu in the sky with shock. We really sacrificed ourselves. I thought it was a dream. We can only leave the underworld with permission. So, we've lost our freedom and become slaves. Countless newborn hero spirits were in an uproar. They had become someone else's slave without any mental preparation. They could not accept it at once. This feeling was like being forcefully bought and sold. They did not have the freedom to refuse and could only be arranged by others. Furthermore, the other party had taken away their souls while they were dying in battle. It gave everyone the feeling that they were taking advantage of them. It was simply picking up corpses. Many people were furious. Let me out. I don't care who you are, I won't be your slave. Controlling my soul? Don't even think about it. The endless number of newborn heroic spirits roared together, and their momentum was extremely shocking. It was as if they were going to shatter the earth, as if they were going to rebel in the next second. However, Oniselu's expression did not change. She only gently made a zipping motion with her finger. The next second, the entire world fell silent. No matter how the newborn hero spirits roared, they could not make a sound. Looking at the countless newborn hero spirits covering their throats in shock and anger, Oniselu shook her head helplessly and explained, "In the underworld, I'm the absolute ruler. In the underworld, I am the absolute ruler. I control all of your actions. Furthermore, in the soul state, you don't have any combat power." However, the more this was the case, the angrier the countless newborn hero spirits became. Since they could not make a sound, they used their actions to express their anger. Instantly, they scattered like birds and beasts, wanting to escape. However, Oniselu just changed her hand gesture, and this area was isolated from the outside world, becoming a circular space. Once the newborn hero spirits crossed the border, they would come back from the opposite border, unable to leave. Very soon, countless newborn hero spirits fell into despair and stopped running in vain. Countless angry eyes stared at Oniselu in the sky. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Han Xiao and Hela. Countless newborn hero spirits immediately turned to look and were stunned. There was no one present who did not recognize Black Star. What's going on here? Han Xiao noticed that something was wrong as soon as he arrived. He turned around and glanced at Oniselu. You took away their voices? Yes, because they're a little angry. I didn't have time to explain everything. Oniselu explained. It's fine. I'm already here. Release them. Han Xiao waved his hand. Oniselu did as she was told, and the newborn hero spirits immediately returned to normal. However, they did not continue to make a fuss. They all looked at Han Xiao with different expressions. Han Xiao's reputation was extremely high now. When they saw him, most of the newborn hero spirits quickly calmed down. They did not trust Oniselu, but they trusted Black Star. Yo, you're quite self-aware. Han Xiao glanced at them and was overjoyed. His reputation was already so great. Just showing his face was enough to calm the emotions of these people. At this moment, a newborn hero spirit spoke loudly. Black Star, are you the one who brought us here? Hearing that, Han Xiao looked down at him and realized that he was an imperial official. He shook his head, patted Hela beside him, and said, Hela and Aurora are the masters of the underworld. I asked them to use the underworld to save the soldiers who died in the war. That's how you all came here. Without waiting for the newborn hero spirits to question him, Han Xiao continued with a deep voice. Only beyond grade as can enjoy the Sanctum revival. You guys don't meet the conditions. If you die in battle, you'll really die. However, all of you are precious talents of the Galactic Society, and I can't bear to see you sacrificed so easily. The underworld is my only way to save you, so I had no choice. Now that the enemy is watching, every bit of strength is extremely important. This is to protect our limited armed forces. The three universal civilizations are also aware of this and support this plan. Although becoming a hero spirit of the underworld would mean losing your freedom, it's better than sacrificing yourself. Here, everyone can still shine for the Galactic Society and return to the battlefield to resist the enemy. However, please understand that we have never thought of treating you as slaves. I hereby promise that when the war is over, if any of you are unwilling to stay in the underworld, I can remove your hero spirit state and let you rest in peace. After saying that, the crowd was in an uproar. The expressions of the newborn hero spirits changed, and their emotions were very complicated. Some were conflicted, some were relieved, and some were relieved. However, no matter what they thought, the anger in their hearts slowly dissipated, and they calmed down. Oniselu was a stranger, so her words did not matter. However, Black Star was someone the entire Galactic Society knew, so his words were trustworthy. Since they were already here, there was no way they could resist, so they could only accept this reality. Furthermore, Black Star had promised that they could choose to remove the control of the underworld in the future and not become slaves forever. Although they did not know if Black Star would fulfill his promise, they could only believe it now. Furthermore, after calming down, not many people really wanted to rest in peace. Their current state was better than dying completely. Seeing that the newborn hero spirits had quietened down, Han Xiao turned to look at Hela and shrugged. Done. My job is done. I'll arrange these people for you. His goal of appearing here was only to appease these newborn hero spirits. With his extremely high reputation and legendary points in the explored universe, no one was more suitable for this job than him. In other words, his status in the explored universe was comparable to that of a face fruit user. He could stabilize the morale of the army just by showing his face. Okay. Hela was a woman of few words. She turned to communicate with the newborn hero spirits and explained in more detail. Han Xiao, on the other hand, scanned the boundless sea of people and exhaled softly. War was indeed an opportunity for the underworld to grow rapidly. It was a wave of benefits. He had plundered so many hero spirits this time and poached countless talents from various organizations. The value was extraordinary. However, if he wanted all these people to be of use, Han Xiao clicked his tongue and suddenly had a subtle worry about Aurora's breast volume. With so much breast power, I have a feeling that she'll become flat-chested in the future. Chapter 1363. A day later, in the meeting room of the three universal civilizations. You're planning to revive the sanctum and summon our direct descendants. Ma Bruce, Louis, and the ethereal Pope stared at Han Xiao's remote projection in the room with surprise. Han Xiao spread his hands and said seriously, "The World Tree has countless experts. Due to a special mechanism, the number of beyond grade as will not decrease, and they have accumulated to their current scale. As for us, due to war and other reasons, our beyond grade as have been lost time and time again. Although we repelled the World Tree's attack this time, they did not bring out all their high-level combatants. We have to expand the scale of the beyond grade as to slowly reverse the disadvantage in terms of individual strength." The three leaders looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. When they signed the agreement, there was no clause that restricted Black Star from reviving the direct descendants. They knew that the Beyond Grade A Association was still wary of the three universal civilizations. Even if there were external enemies, Black Star might not awaken their direct descendants to increase the strength of their competitors. Therefore, the three of them were pleasantly surprised when Black Star took the initiative to mention this matter. Regardless of whether Black Star was doing it to share the pressure of the association members or purely for the sake of the war, this was beneficial to them. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations had generations of beyond grade as, including national pillars like Clotty and Ulu, who were guardians of different eras. If they could all be summoned back, it would be a huge supplement to the high-level combatants of the three universal civilizations. This is a very wise choice. I'm glad to see that you're willing to consider the big picture. Ma Bruce exclaimed in admiration. Han Xiao did not mind and raised his finger. However, there's a condition. These revived direct descendants have to join the main battlefield. Of course. Louis nodded. He understood what Han Xiao meant. It was impossible for the revived direct beyond grade as to sit behind the scenes and watch the association members fight for their lives. All right, since we have such a consensus, we can talk about the cost. Han Xiao put down his hand. Cost? Do you think this is free? Han Xiao raised his brows. No, tell me the price. The ethereal Pope shook his head. Due to the righteous nature of Black Star's sudden offer of help, the three of them had nearly believed that it was free of charge. However, now that they had snapped out of their daze, they knew very well that with Black Star's temperament, it was unlikely that he would let go of this opportunity to make a fortune. Although the two sides were currently in a partnership to defend against foreign enemies, the services that should be charged couldn't be free. After all, the two sides were only allies. The three of them had no objections to this. Now was the time to beg for help. It was rare for them to have a chance to revive a direct descendant of history. No matter how high the cost was, they had to bear the pain and pay. Han Xiao opened the virtual screen, made a list, and sent it to the three of them. The three of them quickly browsed through the list. There were all kinds of resources, materials, and weapons on the list. Although they were expensive, they were still within an acceptable range. You want these things? That's right. Follow the list. This is the price to exchange for the Sanctum revival. Sure. Ma Bruce agreed readily. Han Xiao nodded. There were still materials for the Sanctum key on the list. Borrowing the power of the three universal civilizations to collect materials and provide for him to enter the Sanctum was equivalent to spending the three universal civilizations' money to increase his Sanctum authority. When do you plan to start? Louis asked. Destiny's Child surveillance has confirmed that the World Tree civilization won't make any big movements in the short term. I will use the Sanctum revival soon. Han Xiao nodded, paused, and said, also, when I use the Sanctum revival, I will temporarily leave the main universe for about 3 months. During this time, I won't be able to contact you. During my absence, Hela will be in charge of relaying the information from Destiny's Child surveillance channel. 3 months. The three of them felt their hearts sink. If the World Tree made any movements during this period, without Blackstar, there might be changes. The three of them suddenly realized that they had unknowingly developed a certain level of dependence on Blackstar. Ever since they discovered the World Tree, Blackstar's actions had established most of their current advantages and accumulated a very high degree of trust. He was extremely competent as a special consultant, and to a certain extent, the three of them almost treated Han Xiao as the backbone to deal with the World Tree civilization. Without Blackstar around, they subconsciously felt less confident. If you're worried that the World Tree will send another Tree King, you can let Warnos participate in the battle. With his abilities, it won't be a problem for him to block a Tree King, Han Xiaoshan said. In his previous life, Warnos did not participate in the battle, and this time, he was still one of the few direct beyond grade as who was not drafted. It was very strange. Han Xiao was also very curious why the Arcane Church did not send this B***starred out. Even if his main body did not go, he could have sent a few god incarnations. There are some special reasons that make it inconvenient for him to make a move. The ethereal Pope shook his head. What special reason can be more important than the threat of the World Tree? Han Xiao raised his brows. When he fought with me, he was full of energy, but when facing external enemies, he had all kinds of excuses. Could it be that Warnos was the type to be submissive to the outside world but to the inside world? Anyway, there are some reasons. The ethereal Pope kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, can you unseal the 10,000 deity scepter? Warnos is not participating in the battle, and is asking me to unseal his weapon. Even if he doesn't use it, the 10,000 deity scepter is still a great weapon against individual strength. We'll see." Han Xiao did not comment. The 10,000 deity scepter could indeed increase the combat strength of high-level combatants, but he did not plan to unseal the Arcane Church yet. After pausing for a moment, he spoke again. "I need to obtain some mediums related to the revival target. Which direct descendants do you want to revive? Give me their mediums in the next few days." The three of them nodded, and their hearts skipped a beat. They were also organizing people to study the sanctums. This was the first time they knew that the sanctums needed a medium to revive. However, it was normal. If they did not need a medium, wouldn't even the beyond grade as of other unknown civilizations be able to revive at will? This time, Han Xiao added, "One more thing. This time, I will revive some of the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance." The expressions of the three of them changed slightly. At this moment, the three of them thought of many things and subconsciously thought that this was Blackstar's way of balancing the three of them. Reviving the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations was a threat to the Beyond Grade A Association. Therefore, Blackstar deliberately revived the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance, forming a tripartite balance to restrict the three universal civilizations. This method could also be explained by reviving the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. Considering the overall situation of the war, the three of them, as the ones who benefited from this reason, could not refute. "Don't think too much. I just made a deal with the Supercluster Alliance in the past. I don't plan to go against this agreement." Han Xiao ignored their gazes and replied casually, "It's only right." The three of them adjusted their mentality and regained their composure. Many of the direct descendants of the Supercluster Alliance had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. The hatred between the two sides was deeply rooted. Once they were revived, it would definitely be troublesome. However, the Sanctum revival was controlled by Blackstar, so they could only accept this change. Furthermore, the three of them believed that as long as their direct descendants were revived, they would not have to worry about the Supercluster Alliance causing trouble. The two sides quickly reached a consensus. Just as Han Xiao was about to end the communication, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, how's the progress of the secondary dimension expedition team? There have been some losses, but we still haven't found anything." Ma Bruce shook his head. Hearing this, Han Xiao sighed. The World Tree civilization still did not know that they had sent troops to search for the main body long ago. The Secondary Dimension Expedition Team was the true winner of the 3 universal civilizations. In the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room, after meeting the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations, Han Xiao immediately went to the Supercluster Alliance. At this moment, the leaders of the Supercluster civilizations were all in the room, staring at Han Xiao. Black Star, the results of your battle this time are shocking. Before you came, we were still talking about you. If we didn't know your abilities, we would have thought that the enemy this time was very weak. The leaders of the civilizations praised him. It's not bad. It's mainly because the Beyond Grade has worked together. Han Xiao casually replied. He observed the expressions of the leaders of the civilizations present and quickly calculated in his mind. With his understanding of the supercluster civilizations, these people were most likely looking forward to waiting for the 3 universal civilizations and the world tree to suffer so that they could take over. Therefore, seeing such low losses, the Supercluster Alliance might not be too happy. He remembered that in his previous life, the Supercluster Alliance even had a plan, which was to take their civilization and leave the explored universe while the 3 universal civilizations were fighting the world tree. They thought that the 3 universal civilizations would not have the energy to stop them and could only watch them leave. However, after experiencing the perverted strength of the world tree civilization, the Supercluster Alliance understood that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In the end, they did not use this plan and wholeheartedly cooperated with the 3 universal civilizations to fight the enemy. Han Xiao estimated that the Supercluster Alliance most likely had similar thoughts. After being bullied by the 3 universal civilizations for so long, it was impossible for them not to have considered this route. Just as he was thinking, the Star Arc leader knocked on the table and asked, "Black Star, why are you contacting us this time?" Han Xiao calmed himself down and said, "I'm here to fulfill the agreement." "Which agreement?" "I promised you 10 direct Beyond Grade as for the Sanctum revival. Now is the time." As soon as he said that, the Star Arc leader and the other leaders of the civilizations were overjoyed. After reaching an agreement, the Supercluster Alliance quickly gathered the revival fees and handed them to Han Xiao. However, it was Black Star who had the final say on when to revive. They did not know how long Black Star would drag it out, but they had already paid the deposit, so they could only wait patiently. Now, they had finally become the mother-in-law. This spare tire was worth it. As expected, in the end, everything was available. The Star Arc leader suppressed his excitement and said, "Got it. Do we need to prepare anything?" "We need some mediums." Han Xiao repeated his explanation to the 3 universal civilizations, and everyone nodded. After explaining, Han Xiao looked around at everyone's expressions, smiled, and said, "There's another thing. I'll still give you 10 slots for the next revival. You still need to buy them. You can discuss among yourselves if you want to increase the price." "Of course we accept," the Star Arc leader immediately said. 10 slots were far from enough to revive all the historical Beyond Grade as of their supercluster civilization. Since Black Star was willing to sell another 10 slots, there was naturally no reason to refuse. "You don't have to be in a hurry to bid. It won't be too late to wait until I bring this batch of revivers back." Han Xiao waved his hand. The two sides exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Only the leaders of the civilizations were left in the conference room, and their faces finally revealed joy. "When our direct descendants return, our plan will be even more confident. Black Star has helped us greatly this time." The Star Arc civilization leader took a deep breath and was excited. What they did not know was that Black Star, who only gave them 10 slots each time, sold an unlimited number of revival slots to the 3 universal civilizations. 2 days later, somewhere in the ancient star desert, the spaceship of the Holy Covenant organization was floating in the starry sky, warming up the equipment and preparing to open the Sanctum channel. Han Xiao stayed in the main ship and was talking to Hela and the other upper echelons. "While I'm using the Sanctum revival, the army will be under your command. Pay attention to preserving your strength. If the world tree makes a move, Aurora, you have to pay attention to protecting yourself. It's best to persuade Manison, Kasui, and the others to temporarily be your bodyguards. This time, the world tree has lost quite a number of experts, so they won't revive so quickly. The intensity shouldn't be too high. Don't worry, I have the strength to protect myself now. Aurora nodded. However, you have to be careful. If anything happens, you'd better evacuate. I've provided Herbalin with some kings. Although he hasn't participated in the battle for the time being, if there's any danger, he'll use his mechanical force to teleport you away. After giving some instructions, Han Xiao handed over the command to the officers before hanging up. If you're done, shall I begin? Oathkeeper asked. Come on. Han Xiao nodded. The order was passed down, and rays of light shot out from the spaceship of the Holy Covenant organization and entered the key of the first sanctum. Very soon, a familiar scene appeared again. The shadows of 6 light gates appeared, and only one was left, which turned into the passageway to the first sanctum. Han Xiao took a deep breath and turned into a meteor, diving into the sanctum passageway. The next moment, the light gate quickly shrank, and a slender light flashed past, like the scene when an old-fashioned television was turned off. Under everyone's gazes, the sanctum passageway and Han Xiao disappeared together, leaving nothing behind. Oathkeeper exhaled. The annoying guy was gone. He could finally experience the feeling of being the boss again. Chapter 1364. The tunnel filled with endless streams of light seemed to be able to travel through time. His senses became hazy and blurry, as if his mind had sunk into an old dream in the depths of his memory. After an unknown period of time, his vision suddenly opened up, and his consciousness returned. Han Xiao's vision cleared, and he looked around. He found that he had arrived at a boundless white world with countless balls of light floating. He had a deep impression of such a scene. Phew, I'm in. Han Xiao relaxed his mind, turned his head to look at the collapsing tunnel, and clenched his hand. A wave of energy emerged from his body and turned into a mark on his palm. The sanctum passage immediately stabilized. He retracted his palm and took a look. This mark was formed by 8 patterns. It was the level 8 authority of the first sanctum. I have to hurry. Han Xiao calmed himself down and immediately began to move. This was his second time entering the sanctum, so he was already familiar with the way. The longer he stayed in the sanctum, the more time passed in the outside world. The last time he entered the third sanctum, he had wasted a lot of time testing the functions of the sanctum. This time, there was no need for that. Han Xiao took out many mediums and called for the sanctum revival. There was an immediate reaction. Rays of light gathered and condensed into a sanctum revival mark in midair in front of him, floating quietly. He reached out and touched it, and the sanctum revival mark merged into his palm, turning into a tattoo-like mark. After checking the target of revival in the mark, Han Xiao nodded. Without any delay, he immediately began to touch the various information form light balls to collect different information. The information stored in the first sanctum was closely related to mechanical technology. It stored the high-level blueprints developed by countless iteration civilizations, and many of them were universal treasures used by mechanics. The value of this information to Han Xiao was far greater than the value of the third sanctum. Han Xiao's authority level in the first sanctum was higher than that of the third sanctum. His memory capacity was higher, and he could take away more technical information at once. Naturally, there was no reason for him to let go of such an opportunity to plunder technology here. The technology of the final civilizations of the various iterations entered Han Xiao's mind one after another, slowly reaching the memory capacity limit of the authority limit. It's finally full. The memory capacity of level 8 authority is much higher. Han Xiao stopped his plundering at the right time, feeling rather excited. This round of looting was a huge boost to his technological foundation. He had obtained many trump cards from iteration final civilizations, which would be enough for him to study for a long time. The number of blueprints in his inventory had greatly increased. The trump cards of these final civilizations were not simple, and their functions were complicated. The strategic value of some of these technologies was not inferior to the Radiant Federation's multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. Bringing these precious technologies out this time was equivalent to obtaining a new trump card to fight against the World Tree Civilization, increasing the Galactic Society's war capital. After being happy for a while, Han Xiao suppressed his emotions. After doing these two things, his goal of opening the sanctum would be completed. After looking around, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and used the sanctum authority to summon the message board of the iteration civilization. The last time he entered the third sanctum, due to his authority, a lot of the information on the message board was empty. This time, he had higher authority in the first sanctum, so he should be able to see more information. Han Xiao planned to take a look before he left. The sanctum authority mark emitted rays of light and quickly weaved into a message board that floated in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao browsed through it carefully and compared it to the content of the third sanctum in his memory. As expected, he realized that many of the empty content from the last time had become visible. He looked down line by line and paused on the fifth last paragraph of the Celestial Star Alliance's record. Then, he looked at the last 4 paragraphs with the most empty content. Compared to what he had seen in the third sanctum, most of the last 4 paragraphs were still covered, but some new content was also revealed. Among them, the 4th last paragraph had the most content. In the large gap, a few pieces of information appeared. According to the research results of the Joint Observation Institute, the Great Reboot will take place in the future. We have learned from the lessons of the previous iteration and formulated the information form stripping plan. We hope that the long relay can end in our hands. Our civilization is called civilization. If the civilization of the subsequent iterations is to us, then it proves that our plan is wrong. Please change to a new route. Is this the next iteration of the Celestial Star Alliance? Han Xiao pondered. It looked like it was another message from a civilization that had not survived the Great Reboot. Although his authority was not enough to show the name of this civilization, making it impossible to search for the other party's information form light sphere, he learned that the other party's plan to survive the Great Reboot was called the Information Form Stripping Plan. Information Form Stripping. Sounds interesting. Han Xiao stroked his chin and muttered. Other than this paragraph, the other information that appeared in the last 4 paragraphs were all fragmentary words and did not have much value. The Level 8 authority was not enough to fully view this part of the content. After browsing through it again and memorizing the many messages, Han Xiao closed the message board and flew toward the sanctum passage. The second day Han Xiao entered the sanctum. In the main base of the interceptor circle, many beyond grade as were on standby. When there were no combat missions, they would do their own things. In the exclusive activity room, some of the beyond grade as were resting or having fun, chatting casually. Kasui was playing cards with Secret Master, and a group of people were watching from the side. We've lost contact with Black Star. I wonder how many troublesome fellows he's going to bring back this time. Sun Hunter, who was the size of a finger, stood on the card table with his arms crossed and spoke in a low voice. Kasui threw out a Kasui card and smiled helplessly. It's indeed troublesome. After all, some of the historical beyond grade as have complicated relationships with us. The first 2 batches of revived beyond grade as did not have much contact with the current beyond grade as, but this time, the target of revival was different. Many of them were their acquaintances. To be honest, I'm not ready to meet my ancestor yet. Milizors had a headache. He was the patriarch of the Astral Spiritual Dragon race, and the Astral Spiritual Dragon race was a branch bloodline left behind by a beyond grade A magic blue dragon, which could be considered his ancestor. Milizors was not the only one who had such an encounter. The beyond grade as that Black Star was preparing to revive this time had a similar relationship with many of the people present. It would have been fine if that was all, but many of them had enmity with each other. Thinking that their enemies were about to revive, many of them felt uneasy. Originally, everything would be over if they died, and their hatred would be put down. However, now that their enemies had all come back to life, should they still pursue their past grudges? This was especially so for the victims of the tragedy of the Pinnacles represented by Dylan. Everyone felt that they would definitely not let this matter rest. When these people are revived by Black Star in the Sanctum, it'll be good if they don't fight. Kant shook his head. Hela, who was resting in the corner with her eyes closed, did not open them. What's there to be afraid of? If Black Star can revive them, he can also stuff them back into their graves. If they cause trouble, I'll be happy to send them to the underworld. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her, speechless. That's the logic, but saying it in front of us feels like you're warning us. Everyone curled their lips and looked away. Humph, although they're sisters, Aurora is still cuter. Hela is right. At a time like this, we can't waste a single soldier. Kasui chuckled. After Han Xiao entered the sanctum, Kasui and Hela became the backbone of the association. The former was the vice president, and Hela did not have enough reputation. However, Han Xiao had given her the intelligence channel of Destiny's Child to contact, so Hela temporarily enjoyed a transcendent status. Speaking of which, although Black Star is shameless and cunning, he's still very hardworking when it comes to fighting for the interests of the Beyond Grade as and maintaining the safety of the Galactic Society. He's almost like a different person, Sun Hunter said. That's because you don't understand him. Cunning is just a means. I've always felt that Black Star is an idealist who plans for the peace of the universe and has noble pursuits that transcend reality. Beige's tone was solemn. He was an old bootlicker. Forget it. Black Star is purely an opportunist, but his common interests are the same as ours. Don't flatter him. Heber snorted. The group of people started a heated discussion about what kind of person Black Star was. Anyway, Han Xiao was not here, and it was not convenient for them to complain in front of him. Now, they could say whatever they wanted. On the other side, Man Ison stayed alone in the observation tower of the main base, silently looking at the starry sky. He was playing with a cube-like polyhedron in his hand. It looked like some kind of mechanism, and the complicated mechanical structure kept sliding, making clicking sounds. This was a child's initiation toy used by the mechanical race to cultivate mechanical sense from a young age. The ancestor might be coming back, Man Ison muttered to himself with complicated feelings. He was the second Beyond Grade A born in the mechanical race, and he also had a distant ancestor. Although he had become an independent species after advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm, this relationship still counted. Especially since Man Ison was now the only leader of the mechanical race and treated the mechanical race as his important capital. If the ancestor of the mechanical race returned and wanted to become the leader of the mechanical race again, who would the mechanical race listen to? A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Would his position be affected because of this? Unfortunately, the target of the Sanctum revival was decided by Black Star. As long as he found the medium, he could freely choose the target. Man Ison could not control Han Xiao's thoughts. He even suspected that Black Star was doing it on purpose. Not to mention Man Ison's thoughts, Clotty and Ulu were also in a dilemma. The two of them were waiting at the dock of the base, watching the huge starships enter the port along the tracks. Ulu lit a cigarette, exhaled a mouthful of light blue smoke, and slowly said, "The former direct descendants will be revived soon." "Are you nervous?" "Why should I be nervous?" Clotty was expressionless. "Heh, don't tell me you're not traumatized by them at all." Ulu sneered. Clotty did not say anything. He was now a direct descendant of the dynasty with the highest status, but he was still a junior in front of the previous generation. Clotty was not the national pillar as soon as he advanced to the Beyond Grade A realm. Before he grew up, there was still the previous national pillar supporting the dynasty's prestige. At the same time, due to his powerful Esper ability, Clotty was the focus of the dynasty's nurturing. The previous generation's national pillar was his special training instructor, and he could be considered half a teacher. He had left an indelible impression on Clotty. If Gord had not died, he would have also received his special training. The old would teach the new, and this would be passed down from generation to generation. Although Black Star's starting point is for the sake of the war, Ulu took another puff of his cigarette, shook his head, and said, "This kind of action will probably put many people in an unimaginable situation." Clotty shook his head. Facing the many seniors who were about to revive, the entire Beyond Grade A group could not help but have their own thoughts. Chapter 1365. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The military mobilization of the various starfields in the explored universe continued, especially in the flickering world. Under the construction of the engineering fleet and various planet modifications, the various war facilities in the large war zones were quickly perfected. The military factories all over the world were activated all day long, and countless starships of various models left the factory every day. The recruitment of supers led by the three universal civilizations was also in full swing. They recruited a large number of supers from various races, and at the same time, recalled a large number of reserve soldiers who had once served in the military. They received further military training in the various military bases to fill up the gaps in the various military posts. They also forcefully carried out entry-level military training among the galactic citizens to expand the number of soldiers. The speed of war mobilization in the galactic era was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under the unified command of the three universal civilizations, the war machines of the explored universe operated efficiently. All kinds of resources were thrown into the corresponding gaps and used efficiently. The construction of the frontline intercepting circle was also progressing rapidly. Although the World Trees attack had failed, it did not stop the harassment of small groups of troops and exchanged fire with the intercepting troops many times. As the space stabilization anchor orbit that the three universal civilizations had set up was getting further and further away, the World Tree civilization's jump point was also moving further and further away from the intercepting circle. Therefore, the World Tree also treated destroying the space stabilization anchor orbit as an important combat goal. It sent vanguard troops to attack the space stabilization anchor orbit in different sections many times, unsealed different jump points, and placed reconnaissance troops at these coordinates. Due to the World Tree's reconnaissance troops constantly splitting up, the entire structure of the space stabilization anchor orbit was like a three-dimensional tree model with many forks. It continued to extend, and countless streams of light representing the fleets of both sides jumped between the tree branches. From time to time, they would collide and break out into local battles. The three universal civilizations' main base's surveillance radar kept showing high-intensity energy sources representing the battle points. The World Tree troops could occasionally succeed, blowing up the branches of the space stabilization anchor orbit many times. They needed to be repaired and chase after the new batch of reconnaissance troops that the World Tree had placed at this jump point. As the intercepting circle and the space stabilization anchor orbit expanded, the number of breakthroughs left for the enemy would also increase. This was an unavoidable trend. However, the three universal civilizations troops could still deal with the current defense line. The World Tree's harassment is endless. Although this is an effective method, it will take a long time. They must have made two preparations and are brewing a new wave of attacks behind our backs. They will create a huge gap in our defense line and strip us of our control over the intercepting circle. In the combat conference room of the main base of the interceptor circle, Simon was discussing with the commanders and staff officers in a low voice. In the month that Blackstar had not been around, the two sides had constantly had small conflicts, but there were no large-scale battles. The overall situation was still rather stable, and the number of times that the Beyond Grade as were dispatched could be counted on one hand. The monitoring channel of Destiny's Child that Hela was in charge of did not send any news of the World Tree making a big move. The two sides were in a stalemate for the time being, attacking and defending each other. The enemy did not make much progress. Simon and the others naturally understood that the World Tree would not continue to tangle with them like this. In the past few days, he had a strong tactical intuition that there would be some changes in the near future. According to the data statistics, in the past 5 days, the frequency of the World Tree's attacks on the space stabilization anchor orbit has decreased by 37%, and the number of reconnaissance troops has increased by 73%. Furthermore, we have discovered that the World Tree Army has left a large number of topological space directional targets near the anchor orbit. It is speculated that the World Tree civilization is trying to launch over-the-horizon weapons at the jump points that are not covered by the orbit to remotely destroy the various orbital branches. Simon pressed his hands on the command console with a solemn expression. Another commander nodded and said, "The anti-over-the-horizon radar has been activated all day. If the World Tree adopts this plan, the Dynasty's over-the-horizon antiparticle base cannon, the Radiance's psionic star annihilation beam, and the ethereal psionic state sniper beam can all lock onto the source of the attack and carry out the counterattack mission. I'm just afraid that the World Tree will set up the Lerbo space protection belt. That won't be good. Simon shook his head. Over-the-horizon combat was also the main form of interstellar warfare. In this regard, the three universal civilizations were strong in offense and weak in defense, but the World Tree was different. In the information provided by Blackstar, it was claimed that the World Tree civilization had a universal treasure-level special defensive weapon used for over-the-horizon combat called the Lerbo space protection belt. This defensive technology had a similar effect as the psionic seal ring. It was like a portable and miniaturized version, distorting the universal constants of an area, making it impossible for energy-type long-range weapons such as over-the-horizon attacks to penetrate, forming a protective zone. However, this restriction was two-way. The external energy attacks could not pass through, and the attacks from the inside out would also be blocked. Therefore, it was difficult for the fleet that activated the Lerbo space protection belt to launch an attack. Because the Lerbo space protection belt could not move with the spaceship after it was activated, it was basically not used in mobile warfare. It was usually used to protect some important facilities in positional warfare. Only physical weapons such as interstellar missiles and the close-range charge of starships could ignore the effect of the Lerbo space protection belt. Other energy weapons were basically useless. Most of the over-the-horizon weapons were energy weapons, so this technology was often used in over-the-horizon combat. The protective belt was retracted when the cannon was fired and opened when the fire was stopped. This way, it would be very difficult to be at a disadvantage in over-the-horizon combat. Just as the upper echelons of the group were discussing, the global monitoring radar that covered all the space anchor orbits suddenly sounded an alarm. Hundreds of red lines representing high-energy strikes suddenly broke into the edge of the radar's vision and quickly hit different forked orbits. The three-dimensional radar model in front of everyone reacted, and hundreds of red ripples appeared. The damage report of the orbit was quickly sent back. It's confirmed that it's an over-the-horizon strike. The World Tree really did it. Simon's expression froze. Speak of the devil. He had just mentioned the over-the-horizon strike when the World Tree's attack wave arrived. His recent intuition had come true. The jump point where the World Tree released the over-the-horizon weapon was outside the range of the global monitoring radar. It was unknown how far away it was. Analyze the attack trajectory and counterattack, Simon ordered with a deep voice. The anti-over-the-horizon radar was activated and quickly analyzed the curvature, deviation, star positions, and other factors of the hundreds of enemies over-the-horizon attacks. It assisted the artificial intelligence to quickly calculate the huge amount of data. Over-the-horizon strikes were usually not straight lines. Under various cosmic environmental factors, the attack trajectory would show different deviations. Just like how a sniper needed to calculate the wind direction, distance, trajectory, gravity, and other conditions, over-the-horizon strikes were the same. They needed to calculate more parameters and correct the direction of the attack. The calculation model was very complicated, and the reverse lock was to reverse engineer these factors to obtain the coordinates of the attack source. Very soon, the final result was transmitted to the over-the-horizon weapons set up by the three universal civilizations through the quantum communication. Clank! Rows of giant cannons extended from an enormous planetary fortress. The base slowly rotated, and the muzzle turned as if it was aimed at the empty starry sky. In reality, the over-the-horizon crosshair had already locked onto the spatial coordinates calculated by the artificial intelligence. Then, starting from the root of the cannon, the energy circuit lit up one by one. Dark blue particles gathered rapidly from all directions, accumulating energy at the muzzle of the cannon, emitting a dazzling light. When the power reached its peak, the color turned from blue to red, and it suddenly released energy beams with a huge diameter, disappearing into the vast starry sky in the blink of an eye. However, this round of counterattack was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news. Simon and the others waited for a while, but what they waited for was the second wave of over-the-horizon strikes from the World Tree. Hundreds of orbital branches were destroyed, and the source of the attack was the same. The counterattack doesn't seem to have any effect. Maybe you're right. They used that kind of protective technology. A commander glanced at Simon and cursed. Continue firing. Wave attack. Don't stop. Simon frowned slightly. The over-the-horizon weapons of the three universal civilizations began to fire continuously. Although the effects of the attacks could not be observed, the enemy's over-the-horizon attacks also stopped. Even if the World Tree has set up the Lerbo Space Protection Belt, our firepower at this frequency is enough to suppress them and make them have no time to retract the protective belt. This way, they won't be able to continue attacking us, an advisor said. Simon knocked on the table and shook his head. This is only a temporary plan. If we want to solve this once and for all, we still have to send a fleet to attack and destroy their artillery strongholds. Call some beyond grade as to accompany us and try to seize the Lerbo Space Protection Belt for research. Not long after, the beyond grade as on standby in the base were summoned and came to the combat conference room. After hearing Simon's explanation, they quickly understood the situation. Kasui stroked his chin and asked, "Both of them have to destroy the special equipment. Since we want to destroy the enemy's artillery stronghold and seize the enemy's special equipment, then Manison or Kant will lead the team." How many people do we need? It's best if there are 10 beyond grade as and a group of sovereigns. Simon nodded. Isn't 10 a little too much? We shouldn't encounter any World Tree experts this time. Sun Hunter turned to look at Hela. Can your surveillance channels see the situation of this artillery stronghold? No. Hela shook her head. The World Tree did not use the profit for this stronghold, and Destiny's Child could not see the composition of the other party. Therefore, everyone knew almost nothing about the situation of this stronghold. Currently, they only had the location calculated by the anti-over-the-horizon radar as a clue. This is all for safety reasons, Simon explained. The other party might not have built this stronghold just for long-range bombardment but also as an outpost. We can't just sit back and watch the World Tree build a bridgehead. We have to take the initiative to attack and keep pushing their front line further away. The group discussed for a while and quickly decided that Kant would be the leader of this trip, leading the other 9 beyond grade as to attack. The association members and the direct descendants of the civilization were mixed. Because there were no World Tree experts among the targets, Aurora did not need to follow and remained in the main base. Very soon, Kant and the others formed an expedition team and arrived at the edge of the radar through the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, heading toward the temporary base of the World Tree. After sailing for a few days, the armed fleet of the 3 universal civilizations finally arrived at the target location. Outside the window, a group of galactic bases floated in this area. There were no blind spots around them, and they were surrounded by a hazy glowing space. It was the Lerbo Space Protection Belt. Over-the-horizon light beams kept shooting from the back of this fleet. This was the suppression of the 3 universal civilizations' firepower that had lasted for several days. However, once they entered the Lerbo Space Protection Belt, the speed of the energy cannons immediately became like a turtle crawling. At the same time, the light beams quickly shrank until they dissipated. All their power was wiped out, as if they had entered an energy-forbidden zone. It's here. There's no mistake. Kant's Lord's avatar's electronic eyes flashed, and the image was sent back to the main base. At the same time, the battleships of the 3 universal civilizations shot out interstellar missiles one after another, dragging their tails into the Lerbo Space Protection Belt. The physical missiles were not affected much and headed straight for the temporary bases in the center. However, the next moment, the armor on the surface of the base slid, and rows of turrets rose. A metal storm suddenly sprayed out, forming an airtight barrage. Halfway through, all the interstellar missiles that were shot over exploded, creating a series of fireworks. Energy weapons were ineffective, and physical missiles could not pass through the barrage. It was as difficult as a turtle shell. It's not easy. Looks like we have to attack inside and let the fleet pass through the Lerbo Space Protection Belt. Only then will it be easier to launch an effective attack on their bases, the fleet commander said in the channel. The Lerbo Space Protection Belt could not isolate the quantum network communication. Kant opened the quantum network vision and tried to invade the bases to seize control, but he was blocked by the firewall. There's a force protecting their firewall. I can't enter. Kant retracted his vision and hesitated. I feel like it's a trap. It's a little strange. Assault Team 2 and 3, go in and take a look. The fleet commander waved his hand and ordered a group of assault battleships to approach the other party's bases. The main force stayed around the main ship and did not move. After all, the other party had opened the Lerbo space protection belt, so they could not attack outside. Beep beep beep. However, at this moment, the radar on the ship suddenly let out an ear-piercing alarm. Hundreds of large-caliber planet-destroying beams suddenly shot over from another direction, heading straight for the armed fleet. There's a situation. Defense. Kant's expression changed. The mech legion surged out and formed shields. At the same time, the armed fleet also activated their own shields. The next moment, hundreds of beams of light shot over, blasting the shield until it was on the verge of collapse. Electric arcs shot out, and cracks appeared everywhere. This wave of beyond visual range attacks killed a small group of troops, but the rest of the power was blocked. However, before everyone could stabilize themselves, large-scale beyond visual range attacks came from all directions at the same time, causing the fleet to retreat step by step. The scene was transmitted back to the combat conference room of the main base. The expressions of Simon and the others changed slightly. Man Ison tapped the metal chin of the Lord's avatar and said, "It seems like the World Tree has built a beyond visual range camp of an unknown scale in an area that our radar has not touched." They used beyond visual range attack range to cover each other and guard each other. I'm afraid that their goal is not only to build an outpost, but also to use the Lerbo space protection belt to imitate us and create a firepower coverage area to wear down our military strength. What can you do? Simon turned and asked. If Black Star's surveillance channel can't get the coordinates of these bases, as long as the bases don't fire, they will be invisible to us. The Lerbo space protection belt is too troublesome, and long-range attacks are almost useless. If we use troops to fill it, we will fall into the enemy's trap. This is not easy. Man Ison slowly shook his head. The three universal civilizations did have a sufficient amount of universal treasures, but the World Tree had conquered one civilization after another, and its foundation was even more shocking. It also had a lot of strategic weapons, and it could not be underestimated. Hearing this, Simon's expression was solemn, and he could not make up his mind. He pursed his lips and sighed. It's a pity that Black Star, the special consultant, is not here. Otherwise, I could ask for his opinion. Chapter 1366. Black Star's opinion was an important reference for the three universal civilizations when making decisions. It was as comfortable as reading a strategy and fighting monsters, allowing the upper echelons of the three universal civilizations to fully experience the joy of hugging someone's thigh. However, he could not contact Black Star now, so he could only think of a way himself and act according to the situation. Simon calmed himself down and slowly said, "Now, there are two solutions. One is to locate the various camp bases, and the other is to use an efficient and low-energy method to break through the Lerbo space protection belt and destroy the enemy's various artillery strongholds. If Destiny's Child's surveillance does not yield any results, we can either passively wait for the various bases to launch over-the-horizon attacks and reverse-analyze the source of the attacks, or wait for our control range to slowly cover it," a staff officer said. Hearing this, the ethereal commander shook his head and said, "As long as the World Tree's over-the-horizon camps exist, they will definitely destroy our space anchoring orbits, surveillance base stations, and other facilities, preventing us from expanding our control range. In the areas that we do not cover, the World Tree can expand the scale of the camps at will. These resources are just a drop of water in the ocean to them. They can use extremely low costs to form a tug-of-war with us and obstruct our movements. So, from the looks of it, we can only wait for the other party to make a move before locking onto them. It's very passive. How about using reconnaissance ships to conduct a large-scale search? The area that we don't cover is too large. This method is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, The other party will definitely place a large number of patrol fleets near the camp area. It won't work easily. What about mysticism? Secret Master interrupted. The World Tree has targeted defenses in this regard, so we can't use mysticism to locate them. Everyone discussed for a while but did not come up with an effective plan. They could only put aside the problem of locating them and discuss the attack method. Compared to locating them, destroying the base is not difficult. This time, the dynasty's commander said slowly, we can use the space-time splicing technology to allow the small fleet to carry high-energy explosive bombs and directly pass through the Lerbo space protection belt to blow up the other party's base. Space-time splicing technology is indeed feasible. Simon pondered for a few seconds before nodding. During the war mobilization phase, the three universal civilizations had communicated with each other and briefly introduced most of their trump cards to each other. This was why the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal all knew that the dynasty had the space-time splicing technology. In terms of the method of attacking the camp, everyone had the same opinion. The space-time splicing technology was extremely suitable for this kind of large-scale attack. Compared to sending the army to take the brunt of the enemy's firepower, this was obviously a method with lower consumption. The cost was at most a few hundred warships and a group of dispensable suicide squads. The main reason was to be safe and switch to manual control in case of an accident. Everyone present had a good idea of who would be in the suicide squad. Let the immortals of our army carry out the space-time splicing mission. This is a job that they love, Aurora said, blinking her eyes. Sure. Simon had no objections. After pausing for a moment, he added, it's best for the suicide squad to choose low-pollution bombs, and they have to be powerful enough. Otherwise, they won't even be able to blow up the shield of the base. After deciding on the method of attack, the group returned to the topic of positioning. There had to be a result. It's not impossible to passively wait for the enemy to attack, but if we can't block the enemy's attacks, our losses will only increase. We need to find a way to protect the various branches of the space stabilization anchor. With all due respect, it's almost impossible to protect the safety of all the orbital branches under the enemy's attack of an unknown scale and direction. After all, there are too many branches, and the number is still increasing. We don't have a defensive device like the Lerbo space protection belt. At most, we can only try our best to clear the directional targets left behind by the enemy's small troops, an officer said helplessly. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the open. We can't deal with it for the time being. However, if we can seize and analyze the Lerbo space protection belt, we can have the same defensive advantage as the enemy and reduce our passivity. Simon pondered and said, therefore, other than the space-time splicing suicide squad attack, we still have to send official troops depending on the situation. The space-time splicing squad could only die and could not obtain any spoils of war. They still had to rely on high-level combatants. Currently, one of the few good news was that the targets of the World Tree's over-the-horizon attacks were limited. They either aimed at the directional targets left behind by the reconnaissance troops or the targets near the base. They could not accurately attack other locations. It was equivalent to every camp base being a trap. Only when the three universal civilizations' fleets attacked them would they be exposed, so they were not too worried about being attacked by over-the-horizon attacks on the way. Kant's army quickly retreated, losing a lot of men. Most of the outer armor of the remaining battleships had traces of damage. They did not complete the mission and could not destroy the World Tree base. The only gain was that when they were enduring the over-the-horizon attacks from other directions, the intelligent calculation model had analyzed the locations of a few new camps, increasing the targets of the three universal civilizations' attacks. Not long after, the second batch of fleets set off, heading toward these bases separately. They were all equipped with the dynasty's improved space-time splicing device, which would only be activated when they arrived at their destination. The crew members were basically army players who had been recruited temporarily. They did not have the tragic atmosphere of a hero who would never return. The atmosphere of every battleship was very relaxed, and a large number of players had happy expressions on their faces. They did not look like a group of death squads, but more like they were on an outing. I didn't expect the rewards for such a suicidal mission to be so generous. Luckily, I got it. It's too easy to complete the mission just by sending people to their deaths. How comfortable. If we can do it a few more times, wouldn't it be equivalent to farming EXP? Hearing the excited discussions of the players around him, Mad Blade was also very happy. The players were the designated members of the Suicide Squad, and only the players could accept this mission. The mission briefly introduced the combat mission of the Space-Time Splicing Force. The players were shocked to find that this mission was actually not difficult for them at all, but the mission reward was so high that it was shocking. Even the credit of destroying the enemy base was given to them. It was equivalent to not doing anything. As long as they went out and sent a wave of heads, they would be able to obtain EXP. It was extremely easy, just like farming EXP. According to the forum, this combat mission was very important. It was actually very difficult and was equivalent to a suicide mission for normal soldiers. However, their innate advantages just happened to counter this difficulty, so they could obtain a high reward that did not seem to match the difficulty at all with a very small cost. Not many players were willing to miss such a good opportunity. Due to the limited number of slots, many players almost fought over it. Only a few people obtained the chance to go out and were overjoyed. Amidst the excited atmosphere of the players, the various fleets arrived at the different World Tree bases. Without a word, they activated the space-time splicing device and moved toward the base. All sorts of over-the-horizon attacks came one after another, shattering the fleet. However, the next moment, the fleet returned to normal and continued to jump forward. Very soon, they broke into the Lerbo space protection belt and were not affected. When the space-time splicing force was halfway there, the World Tree base sensed through the space radar that this was an unknown space-time technology. They quickly stopped their normal attacks and used space-time methods to target it. The space-time splicing technique was not unsolvable. Its nemesis was space-time technology. Back then, the dynasty had also used the same method to crack this black technology from the Kundi race. The World Tree base's response was very effective. The distance between each frame of the space-time splicing force began to shorten, and the flickering white noise on the surface became denser. The collapse speed increased. However, after many years of improvement by the Red Empire, although the space-time splicing technique was still countered by space methods, its resistance had greatly increased, and it could last for a longer time. The space-time splicing force carrying the high-energy explosive bombs endured the World Tree base's targeting and stubbornly passed through the Lerbo space protection belt, exploding in the base group. Amidst the shocking fluctuations, dazzling energy balls lit up in the universe one after another, engulfing the entire base. At the same time, in the temporary base of the Black Star Core, white light flashed, and the army players who acted as the Suicide Squad revived in their bound stronghold. Mad Blade opened the interface and looked at the mission that had become completed. He smiled like a chrysanthemum blooming. I'm rich, I'm rich. After eating this wave of rewards, my level should be able to surpass the players in the first tier. I wonder if this mission is a one-time thing. I really hope to do it a few more times. Using the space-time splicing technique, the three universal civilizations could effectively attack the World Tree's over-the-horizon camps. The World Tree did not have a good solution for this kind of black technology. It could only continue to carry out its original strategy and continuously destroy the anchoring orbit of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations, on the other hand, kept sending people to destroy the exposed bases, and the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war. Because the space-time splicing force was not afraid of conventional attacks, the World Tree reduced the over-the-horizon attacks against the incoming fleet. It did not want to expose the location of more bases for nothing. Making use of this, the three universal civilizations secretly sent out a wave of normal fleets led by high-level combatants to mix in with the space-time splicing force and successfully break through a base. They seized a set of Lerbo space protection belt equipment and hurriedly transported it back to the main base for analysis. In the huge Frontline Research Institute, the Lerbo space protection belt's generator was suspended in a vacuum bubble. A large number of mechanical probes were inserted into the structure of the device, constantly detecting the parameters and deducing the principles. Countless technicians were busy in front of different instruments. Simon and the other senior officers were also paying attention to the analysis progress of the research institute. The remote projection stood on the ground and looked up at the Lerbo space protection belt in the air. They were excited. Originally, it was just an attempt. I didn't expect to really seize this device. The expedition team was almost wiped out. If we can analyze this technology, not only will we be able to deal with the enemy's over-the-horizon attacks, our intercepting circle will also be more difficult to break through. Just as the group was rejoicing, the lights of the research institute suddenly turned into a dazzling blood-red color, and a buzzing alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! Unknown data has been detected trying to sneak into the firewall. The technicians present trembled and quickly checked the source of the problem. What happened? Simon's expression changed. Reporting, this device seized by the frontline seems to carry some kind of extremely latent data virus. It is invading the firewall on its own, trying to search for information from our database. The research team leader hurriedly replied. Where's the hidden danger inspection report? Why didn't we find this virus beforehand? Simon asked. All the tests were passed. It can only be explained that this unknown virus escaped our detection. The research team leader gritted his teeth. At this moment, the frequency of the alarm increased again. Many technicians were sweating profusely as they shouted. The Level 1 firewall has been breached. The Level 2 firewall has been breached. Too fast. The invasion speed of this virus is too fast. Requesting immediate mobilization of the main artificial intelligence computing power to suppress it. Simon hurriedly leaned in front of the technician's screen to take a look. He saw that this unknown virus was like a hot knife through butter, breaking through layers of firewall shells, and was about to officially enter the quantum network on the surface of the intercepting circle base group. However, at this moment, silver streams of data suddenly appeared, instantly wrapping around this unknown virus. It was like white blood cells swallowing the virus. No matter how hard it tried, it could not escape the seal of the silver data, and its speed instantly slowed down. A large amount of silver data streams appeared again, condensing into Manason's virtual figure with a calm expression. The Mecha Empire. Simon's eyes lit up. I sense fluctuations in the network. Looks like there's a problem here. Is this the World Trees virus? Manison reached out and grabbed this struggling unknown virus in his hand, carefully sizing it up. Seeing this, Simon immediately asked, how's the situation? This thing is a virus-type artificial intelligence, not pure data. Manison replied calmly. At this moment, this unknown virus suddenly exploded and disappeared. The alarm of the research institute immediately stopped, and the lights returned to normal. You destroyed it. Simon was stunned. No, it realized that it couldn't break through my seal, so it decomposed itself. If I'm not wrong, this artificial intelligence life is a member of the World Tree and can also enjoy the revival of the World Tree. It has an innate advantage in the quantum network, and most firewalls can't stop it. Manison narrowed his eyes. I see. Simon pondered for a few seconds before relaxing. Fortunately, we have you this time. Otherwise, even if we could eliminate it, some information would have been leaked. If the three universal civilizations mobilized more of their main artificial intelligence computing power, they could also eliminate this artificial intelligence life, but they were a step too slow. If not for Manison's high-speed reaction, the enemy's artificial intelligence virus might have invaded the quantum network and allowed the World Tree to know a portion of their information through information sharing. Due to the disadvantage in intelligence, the World Tree had used more methods to gather information about the three universal civilizations. Naturally, information warfare was inevitable. Black Star isn't here. Leave this to me. Manison replied calmly and deactivated the virtual figure. Hearing this, Simon heaved a sigh of relief. Although when the strongest mechanic in the galaxy was mentioned, the first person everyone thought of was Black Star, causing the existence of the Mecha Empire to decrease. However, he could not underestimate the Mecha Empire just because of Black Star's strength. After all, He was at the peak of the previous generation of mechanics, and his standard was still there. Putting aside the conflict of ideals, Simon still believed in the Mecha Empire's ability. Although they had temporarily lost Blackstar's help, with the foundation that Han Xiao had laid, the three universal civilizations were still fighting the World Tree. Both sides used all kinds of universal treasures and special technologies to restrain each other. For the time being, they could not do anything to each other. The World Tree would occasionally send out some foreign experts that it had devoured to test the waters. Due to Blackstar's existence, the World Tree had already turned the foreign experts into cannon fodder. Since they could not be of any use on the battlefield, they might as well use them to harass and exhaust them. However, because Han Xiao had entered the sanctum, the foreign experts of the World Tree did not receive the virtual purification treatment and could only be killed by the Beyond Grade as of the explored universe. However, even without Blackstar, the Beyond Grade as were still able to hold their own and did not cause any trouble. The two sides fought back and forth while silently brewing. The intensity was maintained at a relatively low level. This stalemate lasted for about 2 months before Han Xiao returned from the sanctum. Chapter 1367. In the vast starry sky, a golden spark suddenly flashed and quickly expanded into a golden vortex, spitting out Han Xiao. Then, the sanctum passage disappeared on its own. Han Xiao quickly came back to his senses. Although it's only my second time experiencing it, this feeling is quite amazing, Han Xiao muttered and adjusted his thoughts with ease. He looked down and saw that the sanctum mark had disappeared, and the interface could be opened again. A notification popped up that he had entered the first sanctum. Every time he entered a different sanctum, his authority would increase. He had calculated when he entered, which was why his authority in the first sanctum had reached level 8. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Xiao stored the technical information of the first sanctum in his memory palace. He then took out his communicator and looked at it. His eyes lit up. The last time I entered the third sanctum, it was more than 3 months. This time, it's only been about 2 months. The higher the authority, the more the flow of time will converge. In such a short time, there shouldn't be any problems with the war, right? Han Xiaoxin immediately dialed Simon's number. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. Simon's figure appeared on the screen with a look of surprise in his eyes. "Your Excellency Blackstar, you're finally back." This hopeful tone sounded like the reaction of someone who had met their savior when they were in a predicament. Could it be that something bad had happened? Could it be that I have to turn the tide? It can't be so coincidental, right? Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat, and a bunch of thoughts flashed through his mind. He asked tentatively, "I've only disappeared for about 2 months. Did something happen on your side? Although there are some changes, we can still handle it." Through the screen, Simon did not feel Han Xiao's mentality. He smiled and said, "Now that you're back, we're even more confident." After hearing Simon's explanation, Han Xiao knew that he had misunderstood. His teammates were still quite strong, and the impact of missing him for a few months was not big. He was mainly relieved that he had found his backbone and could finally continue to rely on him. That's right, with the foundation from before, the 3 universal civilizations would not be so weak. I'm thinking too much. After hearing about the current situation, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and pondered. That's why the World Tree has built a supervisual range barracks and is shooting at us. The construction of the interception circle and the space anchor orbit is facing huge resistance. If we want to destroy the other party's strategy, we have to start with positioning, right? That's the situation, but we're currently in a passive position. We can only reverse lock when the enemy fires, and other conventional detection methods are basically blocked. Simon explained. The World Tree chose to build a camp at a further jump point, away from our coverage area. It's indeed not easy, you can't do anything either. Although Simon didn't have much hope, seeing that the always confident Blackstar didn't seem to have a clue, he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Because Han Xiao had always been very reliable, He had already established a know-it-all halo in the hearts of the three universal civilizations officers. If they encountered a problem that they could not solve, although they would not react rationally, they would more or less feel a little frustrated emotionally, which was human nature. "I'm not sure yet. Let me go and take a look at the situation." Han Xiao did not give a definite answer. Regarding the situation that Simon had mentioned, his brain was working rapidly, screening one plan after another, and looking for any technology that could be used in this regard. Needless to say, in the information brought out from the first sanctum this time, there was indeed a special detection technology suitable for this situation. It came from an advanced civilization of another iteration, and it was specially used for over-the-horizon battles where the enemy's coordinates were unknown. According to the data, the strength of this civilization was their over-the-horizon combat. Without the use of fast wormholes and stargates, they could even cross several star fields to launch precise over-the-horizon attacks on moving targets. Their range was extremely wide, and they were very sharp. There were countless mechanical technologies stored in the first sanctum. He had only dug out a small portion of them this time, but it was already an extremely huge technological treasure. It was not that he liked the new and disliked the old, but in terms of comprehensiveness, he was indeed miles ahead of Jay's treasure. The experience and accumulation of multiple iterations allowed them to deal with all kinds of situations, and they had targeted solutions to many tactical strategies. This was an advantage that Jay's treasure could not provide. Originally, the World Tree civilization had devoured the accumulation of multiple civilizations, so they had a certain advantage on the battlefield. This wave of information was enough to fill the gap between the two sides and even gain an advantage. To the current three universal civilizations, this wave of technical information was like coal in the snow, a priceless treasure. This way, even if the World Tree's revival mechanism and resource conversion were almost unsolvable, the three universal civilizations would be able to last longer and buy more time for the secondary dimension expedition team. With this batch of technical information, our chances of fighting against the World Tree civilization will be greater. It's a pity that none of the iterations have encountered an opponent like the World Tree. Otherwise, it would have been great to have a targeted device. Han Xiao was secretly overjoyed, but at the same time, he felt a little regretful. After this trip to the sanctums, he had made a new discovery. The information stored in each sanctum was different. The first sanctum was mainly mechanical, but he did not find information form technology. If the 5 superclasses each corresponded to a sanctum, he guessed that the extra 6th sanctum might be storing information related to information form technology. This was the best weapon to counter the World Tree. However, the key to the 6th sanctum was too difficult to synthesize, and it was not on the same level as the other 5 sanctums. Han Xiao had never even heard of some of the materials. Just as he was thinking, Simon spoke again with a curious tone. "Did your sanctum revival succeed?" There's still one last step. I need to gather the other beyond grade as to hold the fort to prevent any trouble." Han Xiao nodded and replied. He could not help but think of the World Tree's revival. According to his experience in his previous life, most of the World Tree experts' resurrection speed ranged from 2 to 8 months. They were divided into different intervals according to their strength level. The resurrection time of a peak beyond grade usually fluctuated randomly between 5 to 8 months, and it was different every time. The resurrection time of a tree king was not within this standard. "That's good. Come to the main base. I'll gather everyone and wait for you." Simon was overjoyed. I'll go later." Han Xiao hung up the communication and dialed Oathkeeper's number. This time, it rang for a full 30 seconds before the call was reluctantly picked up. "You're back." Oathkeeper appeared on the screen expressionlessly. "Why don't you look happy at all?" "I'm very happy." This sentence, coupled with your dead fish face and sharp tone, is not convincing at all. Han Xiaoshin cursed in his heart and said helplessly, "All right, I'm fine. I'm just informing you that I'm back. There are many direct descendants of civilizations among the targets of the revival this time, so I can't send them to the Holy Covenant." "Oh. If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up." The corner of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He ended the communication, changed into the king, and disappeared. On the other side, in the Holy Covenant base, Oathkeeper, who was sitting in front of the card table, put down the communicator. He turned his head and saw the members of the Holy Covenant organization in the activity room staring at him with burning eyes. Black Star is back. Finally, another group of people is going to be revived. There might be my enemies among them. Ha 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 ha, these people can't join the Holy Covenant. If they participate in the battle, does that mean we don't have to come out? Let those direct descendants die on the battlefield, and our revenge will be indirectly avenged. Black Star is amazing. In the room, many of the revivers reacted intensely. They threw down the cards in their hands, and the atmosphere was elated. Seeing this, Oathkeeper's hand tightened slightly, and his heart was filled with jealousy. The boss's experience card had expired again. In the combat conference room of the Interceptor Circle's main base, everyone gathered around the throne. A light flashed, and Han Xiao, who was wearing the king, teleported over. The president is back. Army Commander, Your Excellency Black Star. As soon as they saw Han Xiao, everyone greeted him. Thank you for your hard work while I was away. Han Xiao put away the king and waved his hands with a smile. This was the style of a leader, and everyone present was used to it. When will we complete the Sanctum revival? Simon walked up and asked. Hearing this, most of the Beyond Grade-as also looked at Han Xiao curiously. Most of them only knew about the existence of the Sanctum revival, but they had never seen how it was carried out. They were very interested. There's no rush. Let me take a look at the current situation first. Han Xiao shook his head and went straight to the command platform. He pulled up the overall surveillance and the battle reports of the past few days and quickly browsed through them. Seeing this, no one rushed him and followed behind him, not disturbing Han Xiao from observing the situation. However, this scene gave many people a strange feeling. For some reason, they felt like their work was being reviewed by their leader. After looking at it for a while, Han Xiao looked away and said to Simon, I understand the situation now. I'm already clear about the situation. I have a way that might be able to counter the World Trees strategy. You really have a way? Simon was stunned. Just now, you said that you weren't confident, but now that you've seen the specific situation, you've already thought of a countermeasure. So quickly? I have a special detection technology that might be able to solve the problem of positioning. Han Xiao derived the technical information from his memories, hid the technical details, and gave the general principle and effect to the group. Simon quickly finished reading the information, and his expression became more and more surprised. If this technology is real, not only can it break the current tug-of-war, but it can also change the direction of our future decisions. This can bring more new tactics and expand our tactical combination library. The Beyond Grade-as also took a look at the introduction of the technology. The mechanics were shocked and could not help but size up Han Xiao in surprise. Compared to the others, the experts were even more shocked. One look and they could tell that as long as they followed the blueprint, it would definitely be a universal treasure-level device. Just this technology alone was enough to change the way an advanced civilization fought. Not only did Black Star's combat strength improve rapidly, but even his research had reached this level. When did he develop such a strategic observation technique? Han Xiao looked around and nodded. Of course it's real. I can share a portion of the technology and let the military factories of the 3 universal civilizations build the framework. I'll be in charge of the core, dividing the work, and increasing efficiency. He did not plan to hide a portion of the technology that would be helpful to the battle. He only controlled the core technology, and the 3 universal civilizations would provide the resources to build the other aspects, increasing the capital of the 3 universal civilizations to fight against the World Tree. Good. As expected of the special consultant. I'll ask the 3 leaders later. Simon immediately perked up. Black Star had just returned, and he had already proposed a solution to the problem that had troubled them for 2 months. Not only was he unique in terms of intelligence, but he also had some achievements in terms of strategic technology. Black Star was indeed as reliable as ever. Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Han Xiao was calm and did not take credit for it. Strictly speaking, This was not his own ability, but the strength of the advanced civilizations of the various iterations. He was only standing on the shoulders of the giants and grasping the information gap. He had nothing to be proud of. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao waved his hand and said with a solemn tone, "Let's put this aside for now. Choose a place for me to use the Sanctum Revival. This time, it's different from before. If we ask this batch of revivers to participate in the battle, there will definitely be many people who won't accept it. I don't want any accidents. All beyond grade as, follow me, okay." Everyone's expression turned serious as they agreed. Chapter 1368. On a certain artificially modified planet in the flickering world, the silver land paved with engineering alloys was boundless, wrapping around the entire planet. There were no buildings built on the ground, and the entire planet was a round silver sphere. Only the most basic geological modification had been done. Hundreds of beyond grade as stayed in the center of the vast silver plain, their eyes were always focused on Han Xiao's back. In order to reduce unexpected factors, the three universal civilizations chose a planet in their territory as the venue for the Sanctum Revival. Many beyond grade as followed Han Xiao over using the teleportation device. The three universal civilizations did not set up a fleet in the outer space of the planet. They only installed space stabilization anchors and deployed secret over-the-horizon weapons in more distant locations. They used remote equipment to observe the situation here, so the outer space of the planet looked empty without any armed forces. This was based on Han Xiao's suggestion. All beyond grade as had a temper. If they were forced to negotiate as soon as they woke up, they would definitely be unhappy, and it might not be beneficial to contact them. This time, the three universal civilizations had a favor to ask of others. The other party was all historical powerhouses with respectable identities, so it was not suitable for them to show such a tough attitude from the start. On the contrary, the communication between beyond grade as was not hindered. If physical persuasion was needed, he and a group of beyond grade as would be enough. Only the strong would be respected. This was the default rule between beyond grade as. If military forces were to intervene, it might have the opposite effect. "Then I'll begin." Han Xiao looked back. Seeing that everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objections, he retracted his gaze and activated the Sanctum Revival mark on the back of his hand. A golden light suddenly bloomed and shot out like a thread, condensing into glowing bodies on the plain in front of everyone. They slowly materialized and turned into life forms with different appearances. The energy fluctuations resonated with each other, as if a storm had appeared out of thin air, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. The beyond grade as stared at this scene, afraid that they would miss a single scene. They're alive. So this is how they're revived. It's different from what I thought. I thought there would be some kind of incubation process. Speaking of which, what's the principle behind this? It looks amazing. A series of surprised whispers came from behind, but Han Xiao pretended not to hear them and carefully observed this batch of reviving targets. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations, the direct descendants of the supercluster, and the neutral beyond grade as. The structure of the revivers this time is more complicated than the previous two times, and the conflict is probably more intense. Han Xiao mentally prepared himself. At this moment, the revivers seemed to have woken up from a dream. They went from being dazed to confused, and then from being confused to surprised. They observed their own condition and their surroundings in bewilderment and started sizing each other up. What's going on? Hallucination? Dreamland? Virtual world? What did the Radiant Federation do to me? It's you. I crushed your head with my own hands. How are you still alive? After this batch of revivers saw the situation around them clearly, the scene gradually became chaotic. Waves of aura emerged from their bodies, and their energy quickly entered an unstable active state. They entered battle mode, and many people who had grudges with each other were ready to make a move. As for some of the neutrals who had yet to figure out the situation, they frowned and quietly retreated to the side. Their visual organs spun around, wanting to observe first. Han Xiao was about to speak to show his existence, but at this moment, a tall male life form looked over and stared at Han Xiao and the others. He slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, we're all dead. Were you the ones who revived us?" He was wearing a gorgeous priest's robe, and his voice was solemn and ancient. With a calming aura, he quickly suppressed the chaos in the crowd and guided the gazes of all the revivers to focus on him. Then, they followed his gaze and locked onto Han Xiao and the others. "You're stealing my lines." Han Xiao looked at him carefully and filtered through the database with his consciousness. Very soon, he found the information of this man who spoke. Hilbert Müller, a direct descendant of the Arcane Church, a peak beyond Grade A Esper. His ability was related to space, and he was once the supreme pillar of the Arcane Church. He was even more senior and was the previous owner of the ethereal national treasure, Warnos. Because Warno's ability was more suitable for the ethereal national treasure, after Warnos grew up, the Arcane Church changed the owner of the national treasure. Hilbert left his position as the supreme pillar and changed his position to explore the secondary dimensions. He disappeared during a long voyage, and no one knew if he was alive or dead. From the looks of it, this guy had naturally kicked the bucket. The universe was so big, and there were endless dangers. No one knew what he had encountered in the secondary dimensions, but the possibility of it being the Celestial Star Alliance could be ruled out. Han Xiao had once learned the appearances and names of the first 3 batches of outsiders from Jays. Those people were not in his revival choices for the time being. Various thoughts flashed through Han Xiaoxin's mind, and he nodded. "That's right. I'm sure you still have your memories. You've all died long ago and become history. It's now Galaxy Calendar year 783, and many years have passed. I used a method called Sanctum Revival to wake you up. It's actually revival, unbelievable. There's such a thing. I thought someone had uploaded my remnant consciousness into the virtual world." The revivers quietened down and were surprised. They had never thought of such a thing. At least, when they died, not many of them thought that they would wake up one day. At this time, a female dynasty human in military uniform narrowed her eyes and asked Han Xiao, "Who are you?" "Then who are you?" "You can call me Blackstar, the current only controller of the Sanctum Revival, the joint consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, and the current Beyond Grade A president." Han Xiao introduced himself and added with a smile, "I was once an ally of the dynasty. Speaking of which, we should be closer, Your Excellency Reeve." "Is that so? Then you're one of us." Reeve's expression softened slightly. She was once one of the pillars of the dynasty, a peak beyond Grade A mage, nicknamed the Fairy Empress, and her combat strength was outstanding. Hearing Han Xiao's title, it sounded like he was on the same side as the 3 universal civilizations, and at the same time, the other party claimed to be an ally of the dynasty. Reeve felt that he was most likely not an enemy. She turned to observe the Beyond Grade as behind Han Xiao. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on Clotty, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. "Isn't this little dark? You're still alive?" Everyone looked over and saw the usually cold Clotty's face twitching slightly. He quietly moved his feet, as if he wanted to hide himself in the crowd. "Hey, Clotty, don't pretend you don't know me. I see you. Where are you hiding?" Reeve put her hands on her hips and roared like a lion. Han Xiao could not help but rub his buzzing ears. He felt that this woman must have a lot in common with Sun Hunter. "We meet again." A rare look of reluctance flashed across Clotty's face, but he still braced himself and replied. In terms of seniority, Reeve was his senior. She had once taught him with the other national pillars for a period of time. When Clotty was not strong yet, she had left a deep psychological shadow in him. She could be considered half a teacher. What made Clotty's scalp go numb the most was that Reeve would usually touch him and deliberately tease him. Speaking of which, Reeve could be considered a flirtatious beauty. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have avoided her, but the problem was, this guy was an acquired transsexual. It was not a situation where she was forced to do so like Lotus Swordsman, but a choice of her own accord. Furthermore, it was not a decision made when she was weak. She actually changed her sex after becoming a Beyond Grade A. The reason was strange. In Reeves' words, "I'm tired of being a man, so I'll try being a woman." Although the galactic era was open, and transsexualism was widely accepted, Clotty had never liked new trends. He could accept it if they interacted normally, but when he was teased, he instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. He really could not accept it. This mentality was probably, "I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to sleep with me? Everyone, now is not the time to exchange pleasantries." Han Xiao hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two of them. They had not finished talking about serious matters. If he let these people who were related to each other recognize each other now, how long would they have to talk? That's true. Let's not talk about anything else first. You must have revived us for some purpose. What's going on? The reviver of the Radiant Federation also spoke at the right time. This was a psychic, a direct descendant of Ulu. The ones who asked the questions were basically the direct descendants of the three universal civilizations. They spontaneously gathered together, while the other revivers watched the two sides communicate and silently obtained information. As for the 10 supercluster direct descendants, they shrank to the side and maintained an extremely high level of vigilance. Hearing this question, everyone was energized. This was what they were most vigilant about, afraid that they would be revived for some bad intentions. Reviving everyone is not just my intention. It is also the intention of the three universal civilizations, the Galactic Society, and all the Beyond Grade as present. Han Xiao paused for a moment before saying with a deep voice, "Everyone's hometown has encountered a huge crisis. An external universal civilization is invading our world. Their strength is beyond imagination, and they are extremely powerful. The war has already broken out. We need everyone's strength. A universe-level war." Everyone's expressions changed, and they all had their own thoughts. That was true. If it was not a crisis of this level, there did not seem to be a need to spend so much effort to revive so many historical Beyond Grade as. However, from a personal point of view, knowing that they would have to participate in a high-intensity galactic war as soon as they were revived, most of the revivers were unhappy that they had been used. The revivers looked at the hundreds of Beyond Grade as on the other side and finally understood the situation. The joy of being revived was swept away, and a faint anger arose in their hearts. A neutral Beyond Grade A frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "If we're not willing, what will happen? Will you use force to force us?" Han Xiao shook his head and said, "That's not the case. We will try our best to persuade everyone. Everything is voluntary, and we will not force you to participate in the war. After all, the revivers were individuals with free thoughts, not slaves. Coercion was not advisable, not only because of the complicated identities of the revivers but also because of the feelings of the other Beyond Grade as. Pointing a gun at the revivers' heads and forcing them to compromise would cause many repercussions. One of them was to make the other Beyond Grade as feel the same way and worry that they would receive the same treatment after reviving in the future. Then, it would be hard to say how many association members would be willing to continue participating in the war. However, there would definitely not be many revivers who would listen to him if he only used words to persuade them, and force was an indispensable part. It was difficult to deal with both sides, and this was even more difficult to deal with than the previous two revivals. Han Xiao had long been mentally prepared for this. This time, a Beyond Grade A with a medium build spoke with a deep voice. "We want to ask for the opinions of the upper echelons. Can you give us a communicator?" Han Xiao glanced at him and recognized that this was a direct descendant valued by the supercluster. His name was Mablo, and he was very strong. Unfortunately, he had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. "Sure, take it." Han Xiao did not reject this request. He took out a communicator and threw it to Mablo. This was the condition of his deal with the supercluster. With the rich experience of the supercluster, they would definitely suspect that the three universal civilizations had secretly done something to their high-level combatants during the war. They would definitely not allow the strong who had finally revived to participate in the war. Han Xiao did not expect all of the revived direct descendants of the supercluster to participate in the war. Mablo took the communicator, nodded slightly, and led the other 9 direct descendants of the supercluster to the side to contact the upper echelons. For a moment, all the revivers fell silent. The acquaintances exchanged glances and hesitated to speak. This time, Reeve exhaled and slowly said, "Since the dynasty is in trouble, I will not shirk my duty. Isn't it just a war? As long as the dynasty gives the order, I am willing to contribute my strength." Me too. I'm already a dead man. Since the Federation needs my strength to fight against foreign enemies, there's no harm in burning it again. With Reeve taking the lead, many of the direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations expressed their support. Seeing this, Han Xiaoxin heaved a sigh of relief. The support of most of the direct descendants of the civilizations was within his expectations. The high-level combatants who had been educated by the 3 universal civilizations for a long time were naturally reliable, and they were willing to contribute their strength to the explored universe. However, when it came to a second life, things obviously would not go so smoothly. When many of the direct descendants expressed their stance, a voice of dissent appeared in the crowd. "Black Star, I'm sorry, but we don't want to continue participating in the war." Han Xiao and the others looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed. The reviver who spoke was not a historical powerhouse but an association member who had died on the battlefield not long ago. His name was Garose, and he had a short interaction with Han Xiao. The other association members who had died in battle also followed beside Garose. Clearly, they had reached a consensus and mustered up their courage to look at Han Xiao. As expected, even the beyond grade as who were willing to participate in the war did not want to take the risk after dying once. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Although he was not surprised, he still shook his head and sighed. However, before he could respond, another reviver objected. "I'm sorry, but I don't plan to participate in this war either." Han Xiao turned around, and his expression changed. The person who spoke was Hilbert, the first direct descendant of the 3 universal civilizations who refused to respond to the recruitment. Reeve looked at him in surprise. Before she could finish, Hilbert waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, "Don't worry. I've already sacrificed my life for the 3 universal civilizations and fulfilled my duty. I've done them justice. Even if I'm a direct descendant, Ethereal can't ask me to contribute endlessly. Even the upper echelons have the choice to retire. Furthermore, I've died once, and everything is reset. It's not easy for me to have a second chance. I can't work for them forever." As soon as he said that, many of the direct descendants of the civilizations who were still conflicted were stunned. They felt that what he said hit the nail on the head and could not help but nod in agreement. Even the direct descendants of the civilizations who had already expressed their stance were shaken by these words. The direct descendants of the 3 universal civilizations originally wanted to persuade them, but when they heard this, they were speechless. This doesn't seem good. Seeing this, the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations who were remotely monitoring the situation felt their hearts tighten. Was this guy really willing to give up his second chance at life? That was obviously impossible. This was just a retreat in order to advance. He was certain that the 3 universal civilizations would not kill him. Otherwise, it would be no different from a coercive threat in the eyes of the other revivers. This went against his original intention, causing more beyond grade as to feel sad and shaken. It would further damage the loyalty of some of the direct members, making them feel like they were forever enslaved. Just as Han Xiao was about to speak, he suddenly received a message from the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. "Heh, you can rest assured now. The 3 universal civilizations just said that they will still pay the full cost of your revival and will not take your life back." The 3 universal civilizations reacted quickly. Unwilling to damage the loyalty of more direct members, they had to make a stand. "That's good." Hilbert put down his arm without changing his expression, as if he had expected this. Then, he turned around and pointed at some of the revivers who had agreed with him earlier. "Since you didn't reject our request and won't force us to participate in the battle, we should be able to leave, right?" Han Xiao smiled and slowly said, "You misunderstood. You can't leave on your own. You can only follow us." Hearing this, the expressions of the revivers changed slightly. Hilbert narrowed his eyes. "You mean to put us under house arrest? You can understand it that way. All of you have been dead for a long time and have just been revived. You don't know much about the current galactic society. At the same time, the structure of your forces is rather complicated. Because the current war situation is tense, in order to reduce unexpected factors, we will implement unified management. Before getting permission, no one can move freely." Han Xiao's expression did not change, but his tone was unquestionable. This was a plan that had been decided long ago. Even if he did not force all of these revivers to participate in the battle, he would not let them move freely. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to bring so many beyond grade as over. This time, Garose and the others could not help but speak. "Same for us." Han Xiao glanced at them and said expressionlessly, "You guys died in battle to fight against the World Tree. Naturally, you don't need to accept such treatment. Stand over here." In fact, he did not want to let these people go either, but he had to take into account the mentality of the association members behind him. Differential treatment was still necessary. In his current position, he had no choice but to mediate and balance the thoughts of all parties. It was normal for people to seek benefits and avoid harm. It was impossible to make people of different positions give up on fighting for their own interests with just a shake of the tiger body. Garose and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of both sides, they left the position of the revivers and stood among the beyond grade as behind Han Xiao. As long as they obtained the benefits they wanted, they naturally had no intention of continuing to stand on the same side as these revivers. The beyond grade as glanced at Garose. Naturally, they did not have any intention of looking down on him. Most of them felt that it was only right. Hilbert did not speak, but the neutral revivers were not going to do it. "How long will the house arrest last?" A dark golden-skinned reviver asked with a deep voice. His aura was even more oppressive than Hilbert's. Everyone looked over, and the hearts of the mechanics skipped a beat. Nilfgaardi, the first divine throne mechanic in history, the founder of the machinery faith. All the mechanics who had the bonuses of the machinery faith were enjoying his protection. To the beyond grade A mechanics, he was like a grandmaster. Han Xiao nodded and explained, "Your Excellency, Nilfgaardi, your house arrest will not last long. Everything will be based on the specific situation. We will conduct a long-term one-on-one review of everyone. Only when we are sure that there will be no unexpected factors will you be allowed to leave." Hearing this, another neutral beyond grade A spoke and sneered. "The standards of the review will be set by you guys. You can say whatever you want. I'm very curious. Will we be under house arrest forever if we don't agree to participate in the battle?" Han Xiao turned around and looked over. The person who spoke was called Aegon Vardnads, nicknamed Flowing Flame. He was a peak beyond grade A and a transformation type Esper from the same era as Dylan. He was also a big shot who could summon the wind and summon the rain. He had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. At this moment, he was looking at Han Xiao and the others with undisguised hostility. This time, a bunch of ferocious people had been revived. There were many strong people in the crowd, and there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons everywhere. "Of course not." Han Xiao casually replied as a thought flashed through his mind. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations, the direct descendants of the supercluster, and the beyond grade as whose deaths had nothing to do with the three universal civilizations, even if these people were unwilling to participate in the battle, they would not do anything extreme. However, those who died in the hands of the three universal civilizations or in the tragedy of the Pinnacles were completely different. They had deep hatred, and this was the difficult thorn to deal with. Aegon Vardnads coldly glanced at Hilbert and the other revived direct descendants and said indifferently, "You took a fee to revive these direct descendants, but you revived us neutral beyond grade as voluntarily, right?" "You can put it that way." Han Xiao nodded. "Heh, I thank you for reviving me, and I owe you a favor." However, If you want to use this favor to hold me hostage to fight against the enemies of the three universal civilizations, impossible. Aegon Vardnadz stood with his arms crossed, and a red flame-like stream of light swam around his body. The temperature of the field soared rapidly, and his tone was firm. I'm telling you clearly, I will never accept the house arrest of the three universal civilizations. This is jail. They will never let us, the victims of the tragedy of the pinnacles, go. I'm leaving now. Who wants to leave with me? Rumble. As soon as he said that, many of the beyond grade as who died in the tragedy of the pinnacles also stood up, wanting to use the power of the crowd to leave this place. A huge energy wave spread out, and the alloy ground buzzed and shook. Dents appeared one after another. The direct descendants of the three universal civilizations, the direct descendants of the supercluster, and some of the neutral beyond grade as who did not intend to make a move immediately retreated to the side, not intending to help either side. They made up their minds to watch the show and act according to the situation. The direct descendants of the supercluster who retreated to the side secretly communicated telepathically. We're not going to make a move. This is a good opportunity to break out. I just contacted the upper echelons. They told us not to act rashly and to listen to their arrangements for the time being. Mablo paused for a moment, stared at Han Xiao, sized him up in surprise, and added. Also, the upper echelons specifically told me not to join in the fun and provoke that guy called Blackstar, or I'll die. At the same time, the auras of Aegon Vardnadz and the others quickly rose, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing this, Han Xiao's smile gradually disappeared, and he slowly said, We won't force you to participate in the battle, but being grounded is a must. This is non-negotiable. All of you are seniors with status. I don't want to use force, but if you make things difficult for me, I can only let you suffer a little. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With that, the beyond grade as behind him spread out, forming a semicircle around Aegon Vardnadz and the others. Humph, that's more like it. Aegon Vardnadz's aura surged as he shouted, You want to solve the problem with just words? You're dreaming. Either step back obediently or use your fists to make me admit defeat. This is the rule between beyond grade as. If you want to stop me, try it. Bang. Raging flames spurted out. With energy as fuel, it seemed like it would never be extinguished, and the alloy on the ground instantly melted. Aegon Vardnadz's body instantly changed, and his body expanded, turning into a strange giant-like creature. It was as if he had broken out of his skin from the inside out. His appearance was like a demon that had walked out of hell as described by some religions, and his entire body was wrapped in inextinguishable flowing flames. The next moment, his four long legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot toward the outer space of the planet. Like a fiery meteor rising from the ground, he was extremely fast, trying to break through the encirclement. This was a signal. The many revivers who stood out with him displayed their abilities and attacked the surrounding beyond grade as. A torrent of energy erupted, instantly lifting up the chaotic battle. The ground kept shattering under the collision of the beyond grade as abilities, and almost in the blink of an eye, a sinkhole was blasted out. Looking from outer space, it looked like a planet had been smashed by an awl, shattering a part of its shell. Take them down. Han Xiao stayed where he was and waved his hand, watching a portion of his companions take action. Although there were a few powerful people among this group of breakthroughs, Ku Kezi and Old Man Ison were not to be trifled with. With the help of Clotty, Ulu, and many other direct descendants, it was enough to suppress Aegon Vardnadz and the others. There was no need for him to personally take action. As expected, as soon as Aegon Vardnadz rushed into outer space, a huge silver mechanical deity was quickly formed. The visual effect almost covered the entire sky, looking down at the planet from outer space. It suddenly slapped down, instantly smashing Aegon Vardnadz back to the ground. Bang! The alloy ground caved in, twisted, and shattered. A ring-shaped valley was created by Aegon Vardnadz, who fell like a meteor. What a good Buddha's palm! Han Xiao's eyelids twitched. On the other side, light flashed in Kasui's eyes, and an endless amount of psychic power gushed out, filling every inch of space. There was almost no place to hide. The continuous mental explosions shook the movements of many people who were trying to break out of shape. The other revivers did not interfere and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. They only suffered a little psychic shockwave, but they also felt a stabbing pain in their brains. These beyond grade as of the later generations are not simple. Less than a third of them can stop them. I don't think they can escape. That leader, Blackstar, hasn't made a move yet. His strength shouldn't be too bad. Many of the revivers who were watching the show whispered to each other. They also took this opportunity to observe the strength of the beyond grade as of this era. They had just revived and lost their weapons. Most of them were not in their peak condition, especially the mechanics. If these beyond grade as were really strong and did not give them a chance to break out, they would tactfully accept the house arrest. Manison and Kasui led a group of association members to fight with Agen Vardnads and the others for a while, quickly knocking down the revivers who were not in their peak condition. However, there were quite a number of opponents, and there were peak beyond grade as. Many of the association members were also injured. Agen Vardnads, who was covered in wounds, avoided Manison's psionic cannon and collided with the desolate beast Mercer on the association's side. He took a few punches head-on and charged forward. His clawed palm slapped heavily on Mercer's chest, and the concentrated bursting flames entered Mercer's body through a skill and exploded. Boom! The flames expanded, and Mercer shot out of the smoke and fell to the ground. His momentum did not weaken as he plowed out a rift valley. Black smoke billowed from his body as if he was burnt from the inside out. He was quite injured. However, at this moment, Aurora raised her hand and shot out a wave of life energy that hit Mercer. His charred skin and flesh fell off one after another, and new flesh grew out. His injuries disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Recovery Esper ability. Agen Vardnad's expression changed. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, he changed his direction and charged toward Aurora. After an intense battle, he had already realized that it was impossible to break through the encirclement. He could not break through Manison and Kasui's blockade, and he had already shown signs of giving in. However, when he saw Aurora's ability, he suddenly had an idea. Since the three universal civilizations were resisting foreign enemies, the recover-type Esper would definitely be of great strategic importance to the high-level combatants. If he could control the recover-type Esper and use her as a hostage to negotiate with these people, he might be able to successfully leave. Agen Vardnads made up his mind. One last try. The moment he changed his target, the beyond grade as on the association's side were all furious. Aurora was their pillar against the World Tree, a strategic weapon that maintained the advantage of high-level combatants. However, this guy actually wanted to put their only healer in danger in order to break out of the encirclement. Even Clotty and the other direct beyond grade as who did not make a move could not hold it in anymore. They turned into streams of light and charged toward Agen Vardnads. This scene was like poking a hornet's nest. Agen Vardnads was shocked, but not only did he not stop, he even sped up, believing that this move would work. Many of the revivers were also shocked. Just as they were about to continue watching the show, a powerful wave that shocked everyone swept out. Buzz! Han Xiao's figure appeared in front of Agen Vardnads as though he had teleported. The next moment, the black mechanical deity rose from the ground and said coldly, "I know you have a grudge with the three universal civilizations, so it's fine for you to vent your anger. However, you want to attack our important strategic figure? You're courting death." Han Xiao did not hesitate. He opened his palm, and a strong binding force field acted on Agen Vardnads, temporarily freezing him in midair. Then, the soldiers that covered the sky separated from the mechanical deity and fired endlessly at Agen Vardnads. Round after round of firepower did not stop. Agen Vardnads was blown up until he pissed his pants. No matter how he dodged, the mechanical army chased after him and bombarded him non-stop. "I surrender. Stop fighting." Agen Vardnads hurriedly admitted defeat, but Han Xiao ignored him. The beyond grade as who were rushing over stopped in their tracks, and the many revivers who were watching the battle were also in an uproar. How could they not see that this was killing intent? Regardless of whether Aegon Vardnads surrendered or counterattacked in despair, Han Xiao ignored them all. After chasing after him for a long time, he finally bombed him to death, leaving only a broken shell that fell from the sky. The battle to break out of the encirclement had long stopped. Everyone watched as Han Xiao ravaged Aegon Vardnads to death. No matter how Aegon Vardnads retaliated, he could not escape from Blackstar's control. The difference in combat strength was completely overwhelming. It was like an adult bullying a child. Just as the revivers were surprised that Blackstar had killed him, Hela reached out and grabbed Aegon Vardnads' corpse. She pulled out a soul from it and threw it into the underworld, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on her, Hela did not mind and snorted. Blackstar can give you a new life, but he can also take your lives. If you continue to be so shameless, I'll send all of you to the underworld. Chapter 1370. The Underworld. Upon hearing this name, the revivers were in an uproar. Because they were in a different era, their reactions were completely different. Some people knew what the underworld was and sized up Hela in shock. Some people were confused and did not know what it meant. After asking for a while, they finally understood the meaning of the underworld. Their expressions could not help but change slightly, and they felt a strong sense of fear. Nilfgaardi, who had been watching the show, frowned. He looked at Hela and said in a deep voice, speaking of which, the ability of that recover-type Esper was very familiar. What's your relationship with Nerkis and Eros? He was also a primordial one and was from the same era as the two sisters of the underworld. From the beginning, he felt that Hela and Aurora's abilities were familiar. Hela looked down at him and said calmly, the two of them died a long time ago. We inherited Dawn of Life, Power of the Dead, and the underworld they left behind. I see. Nilfgaardi nodded slowly and did not say anything else. Seeing that he had no other questions, Hela ignored him and looked at everyone coldly. Blackstar has already given you enough face. Don't push your luck. I'll say it again. If you don't want to live, you can continue to cause trouble. Let's see if we can send all of you to the underworld. Han Xiao spoke at the right time and pretended to reprimand her. Hela, everyone here is a senior. Watch your words. From which Hela threw away Aegon Vardnads' remains, turned around, and returned to the crowd, not saying another word. Hearing the two of them, some of the revivers looked embarrassed, but they did not dare to do anything extreme. The deterrence of the underworld was not small. Compared to entering the underworld, house arrest seemed to be acceptable. Furthermore, Blackstar's ability to play Aegon Vardnads in the palm of his hand and kill him made many of the revivers wary. However, although Aegon Vardnads was killed, most of the revivers did not feel sad. They had watched the entire process and naturally knew that it was not Blackstar's one-sided attack. Aegon Vardnads had only himself to blame, so they could not blame him. As for the beyond grade as on Han Xiao's side, not only did they not feel disgusted, they even felt happy. Who asked Aegon Vardnads to be so bold as to cut the healer? Even if Blackstar did not do anything, many people wanted to kill this guy. Killing people to establish his might made it easy for people to think that he was threatening the revivers. In order to prevent such repercussions, Han Xiao did not want to kill anyone, but Aegon Vardnads had courted death himself. That was a special case. It was simply wonderful that he could make both sides feel that he deserved to die. Just as he was worrying about how to establish his might, Aegon Vardnads had presented him with an excellent opportunity, and it wouldn't cause any backlash. He was a good person who had helped him in his hour of need. He would feel bad if he didn't instruct the 8 brothers of the underworld to take care of him. Seeing that the revivers had stopped their commotion, Han Xiao knew that this wave of punishment had worked and dispelled everyone's thoughts of causing trouble. However, this was not enough. His main goal was not to put them under house arrest but to persuade these people to participate in the war voluntarily. Han Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Actually, in this war, you don't have to pay for it. In fact, inviting you all to participate in the war is not asking you to contribute for free. This is also a transaction. I believe that you will be satisfied with this price." Hearing this, the revivers looked interested. "Oh, what's the reward?" Hilbert asked curiously. Han Xiao smiled and gave them a strong dose of medicine according to the plan. "As long as you choose to participate in the war, no matter how many times you die in battle, I will wake you up again. If one day we expel the foreign enemies, the participants will always enjoy the right to the Sanctum Revival and obtain a permanent safety guarantee. However, if you don't participate in the war today, you won't have the chance to exchange for it in the future. This is my price." The revivers present were stunned for a moment before their hearts palpitated. If that was the case, then there would be no worries. Using participation in the war in exchange for the right to the Sanctum Revival forever was definitely an extremely worthwhile deal. Furthermore, there was still the current ability user of Dawn of Life, so there was a certain guarantee of survival on the battlefield. It would not be so easy to die in battle. It was worth a try. The only question was whether Black Star would keep his word. Observing everyone's reaction, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to doubt my sincerity. The Sanctum Revival is not difficult for me. Reviving you guys is just a piece of cake." Reeve could not help but question, "You mean the Sanctum Revival can be used endlessly? Are there no restrictions?" "Hihi, there really isn't. Everyone, don't worry. No matter how many times you die, the Sanctum Revival can still take effect." Han Xiao replied with a smile. When he introduced the situation earlier, he did not repeat the lie that the Sanctum Revival could only be used once, so this group of revivers did not know about it. As soon as he said that, the surrounding association members could not help but look at him. Although there was no expression on their faces, they sighed in their hearts. Black Star's ability to lie through his teeth was getting better and better. Many association members believed that there was only one chance for the Sanctum Revival. They had been lying for too long and had already taken it to be true. They did not believe Han Xiao's words. In their opinion, this was just a lie that Black Star had deliberately made up to trick this group of revivers to participate in the battle. However, no one had any intention of revealing the truth because it was in their interest to trick more revivers to participate in the battle. Furthermore, this lie was ineffective against insiders like them. This separated the difference between the current Beyond Grade as and the historical revivers. Many association members believed that they would not fall for it, and even if they revived, they would not fall for it. Therefore, there was a difference in treatment that would not harm their group's interests. Therefore, no one intended to expose Han Xiao's lie. Even Garose and the others who had just revived chose to remain silent. Instead, they felt that Black Star had made a good move. Seeing how tempted the revivers were, the association members chuckled in their hearts. They could not help but feel a sense of superiority as if they had grasped the truth. At the same time, Kasui glanced at his companions around him. He knew that no one took him seriously, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. As someone who knew the truth, of course, he knew that Han Xiao was telling the truth. However, these current Beyond Grade as had already been fooled by Black Star, and no one believed him. Kasui did not know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, it's not a big problem. When Black Star proves it with his actions, they'll know which is the truth. He was not worried that Black Star's plan would fail. The three universal civilizations and the association members would probably hide the truth out of their own interests. Many revivers had to be controlled and could not freely access information from the outside world, so the three universal civilizations would naturally screen out the information that might reveal the truth. Even if the revivers knew the truth, there were still some direct revivers who were willing to sacrifice themselves. As long as a battle broke out, a wave of people died, and the second revival was successfully carried out, everyone would understand that what he said today was true. The situation would immediately return to the right track, and they would continue to rush forward. With so many backup plans, everything is under control. Black Star is still stable, Kasui praised in his heart. On the other side, many revivers were shaken by Han Xiao's conditions and were conflicted. Hilbert's eyes flashed, and he said seriously, "If what you said is true, this deal is worth doing. I can serve the civilization again and fight against the enemies. It's fine. You have plenty of time to think about it." Han Xiao smiled nonchalantly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and unfolded a spaceship. It landed on the bumpy ground, and the hatch opened, inviting everyone to board. The revivers had already accepted Han Xiao's words and did not express any objections. They obediently boarded the spaceship. Everyone boarded the starship and quickly set off for the multidimensional sky-opening teleportation point set up by the three universal civilizations, preparing to jump to the interception circle. The cabin was harmonious, and there were no confrontational relationships. Many of the current beyond grade as had finally established a relationship with the various revivers, and many of them had reunited after a long time. Looking at this harmonious scene, Han Xiaoshan heaved a sigh of relief. The preliminary negotiations have been completed for the time being. I've finally mobilized the enthusiasm of this group of revivers to participate in the battle. I wonder how many beyond grade as outside of the revivers believe my words. Han Xiao could not help but smirk. The war had already broken out, and the unlimited Sanctum revival would be revealed sooner or later. He had no intention of hiding it all the time. Using this reason to convince these revivers was a plan that he had made long ago, and he was not afraid of the three universal civilizations finding out. However, the previous lie was too deeply rooted in their hearts. Han Xiao believed that the three universal civilizations and the association members would most likely be skeptical of his change of words. As long as there was no actual proof, these people would be more willing to believe the lie of the Sanctum revival is only limited to one time. However, although Han Xiao planned to reveal the fact that there was no limit to the Sanctum revival, he did not want to tell the truth completely. He had already prepared an explanation for the three universal civilizations after the truth was exposed, and he had hidden a trick inside. Beep beep beep. While he was thinking, his communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took it out and saw that it was a call invitation from the leaders of the three universal civilizations. Without hesitation, he entered the quantum network and projected a remote projection. He turned around and found himself in the office of the three universal civilizations leaders, facing the three of them. Thank you for your hard work, Black Star. These revivers have been stabilized by you. Bruce nodded. Thank you for thinking about the big picture and bringing back so many high-level combatants. This will make up for many of our disadvantages. Don't just thank me verbally. Han Xiao chuckled. Don't worry, we've already prepared the substantial rewards. Bruce paused for a moment before suddenly asking, by the way, we also provided Gord as a medium, but why didn't he revive? I'm not sure. Either the medium is wrong, or this guy isn't dead and is hiding in some corner. Han Xiao's expression did not change. This kind of problem could be solved with just a push, and it did not affect him at all. So he's not dead. I got it. Bruce glanced at Han Xiao and did not intend to pursue the matter further. At this time, the ethereal Pope interrupted and asked slowly, Black Star, what you said just now is that there's no limit to the number of Sanctum revivals. Is that true or false? What do you think? Han Xiao asked. I think this is just an excuse you use to stabilize the revivers. The ethereal Pope spread out his hands. But nothing is absolute in this world. Maybe this is the truth. The other two also stared at Han Xiao curiously. Hearing this, Han Xiao shrugged and said casually, it's all up to you whether it's true or not. It doesn't matter which version you believe. When the situation develops to that point, you'll naturally know whether it's true or not. Before that, I personally suggest that you treat what I just said as false. Anyone who considers the worst outcome in advance will definitely not make a mistake. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Han Xiao continued, your current task right now is to focus on the current situation. Your current urgent job is to put these revivers under house arrest and ensure that they can't come into contact with the truth. Otherwise, if they retreat again, then I won't be able to do anything. You're right. The three of them looked at each other, suppressed the doubts in their hearts, and nodded at the same time. They were still more inclined to believe that the so-called unlimited Sanctum revivals was a lie Han Xiao used to fool the revivers. With Black Star's personality, how could he reveal such a trump card so easily? It was most likely a lie. In any case, it was common for Black Star to lie through his teeth, and they were already used to it. They did not panic at all and even wanted to laugh. Chapter 1371. Click. Han Xiao deactivated the remote projection, and his vision returned to his main body. He shook his head and chuckled. He had just spoken to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. From their performance, it seemed like they did not believe him and were more inclined to believe that the Sanctum revival was only limited to one time. However, at this point, Han Xiao did not care if the 3 universal civilizations believed him or not. The reason why he had once shouted that the Sanctum revival was only limited to one time was to make it easier to control the revivers of the Holy Covenant, reduce their ambitions, and reduce the possibility of the Holy Covenant being exposed. Secondly, to deal with the 3 universal civilizations who were targeting the Beyond Grade as, he had hidden a trump card so that the 3 universal civilizations would feel that they could still control their lives. Thirdly, to stall for time and wait for Oathkeeper to gather a new set of Sanctum keys. Now, both sides were in the same boat. The World Tree civilization was the main conflict, and the 3 universal civilizations could not do without his help. In the current situation, no matter how wary the 3 universal civilizations were of the Beyond Grade as, they had to rely on their combat strength. Han Xiao did not mind showing his cards at all, but unfortunately, they did not believe him for the time being. A monopolistic business is indeed useful. Han Xiao chuckled, put away the communicator, and returned to the cabin. He was prepared to use his traditional skills to build a relationship with these new revivers. Swoosh! The alloy cabin door slid open automatically. Han Xiao walked into the hall and looked around. The Beyond Grade as in the room had spontaneously formed a few small groups. The direct descendants of the various families sat together, and the neutral Beyond Grade as sat together according to the era. Occasionally, there would be some lone wolves sitting alone in the corner. Those who wanted to inquire about information and liked to make friends were wandering between the various groups. Everyone was at the same level and had a lot of common topics. The atmosphere was quite lively. As soon as Han Xiao entered, he realized that the revivers of the various groups were looking at him with curiosity and surprise in their eyes. This time, Nilfgaardi took the initiative to walk over. He sized up Han Xiao and went straight to the point. So you're the strongest mechanic of this generation. When I recover, let's have a chat. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, okay, you're always welcome. He roughly knew why these revivers were looking at him like that. It was most likely that when he was talking to the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations, these revivers had heard about his life from the other Beyond Grade as and were surprised by his achievements. In his opinion, Nilfgaardi's suggestion to spar was definitely not just for the sake of exchanging pointers. It was most likely because he wanted to regain the position of the main god of the machinery faith. Han Xiao knew a little about Nilfgaardi's thoughts. If he was dead, then there was nothing wrong with leaving his inheritance to his descendants. But now that he was dead, he planned to snatch back his inheritance. He did not want others to continue to occupy the foundation he had built. After all, it was theirs to begin with. Looking around, Han Xiao estimated that there was more than one person who had such a mentality. Reviving a group of senior Beyond Grade as, he had long expected that there would be such a conflict of interest with the current Beyond Grade as. I'm now the old man Ison, the one being challenged. Han Xiaoshan smiled. Aegon Vardnads would not let him show his full strength, so Nilfgaardi still had the confidence to spar. However, he was currently a blank slate without any equipment, so now was not the time to spar. Nilfgaardi nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries before walking to the side and sitting back among the primordial ones. This time, someone from the neutral Beyond Grade A group spoke to Han Xiao. By the way, you said that you're the current leader of the Beyond Grade A Association. Is your association still recruiting? Han Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and nodded with a smile at the speaker. Of course. Our association will always welcome newcomers to join. If you don't want to fight alone, joining the association is the best choice. This is the interest union of the current Beyond Grade as. We've always been happy to help newcomers form their own forces, But this is a time of war, so we won't be doing this for the time being. As he spoke, Han Xiao turned to look at Hilbert and the others and smiled. Also, we welcome all the former direct descendants who are unwilling to serve the three universal civilizations. If you feel uncomfortable staying with the three universal civilizations, the association is also a choice. Hey! Ulu shouted unhappily. Poaching our people in front of us, aren't you being too arrogant? This feeling was like an honest man seeing his girlfriend being asked for WeChat by a strong scumbag passing by. Don't joke around like this. Clotty's face was expressionless, and his aura was cold. As the national pillar, he could not do nothing about Han Xiao trying to poach him. Reeve, who was at the side, stared at Clotty and exclaimed in surprise, "Little Keek, you've been carrying the burden all these years. You've developed a good aura." Clotty's serious and tense expression immediately collapsed. He was not used to putting on airs in front of these seniors. Not far away, Kasui's ears twitched, and he almost thought that someone was calling him. He immediately recalled some bad memories and glared at Han Xiao's back with resentment. Hilbert did not respond directly. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your invitation, but let's talk about it in the future." He just did not want to continue working hard, but it did not mean that he did not want the retirement benefits of the three universal civilizations. After all, he had exchanged his life for credit. Han Xiao smiled and did not mind. He walked around the various groups and briefly communicated with them. It could be considered as getting to know each other better. After chatting for a while, the spaceship finally arrived at the location of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device. It entered the circular area and activated the device. With a flash of light, it was quickly teleported to the main base of the interceptor circle. The three universal civilizations had already made preparations to welcome the revivers to their temporary residences. In order to prevent any accidents, most of the Beyond Grade as accompanied them. Han Xiao did not follow them. Instead, he went to the underworld with Hela. On the way to their temporary lodgings, everyone chatted casually. At the back of the team, Manison and Nilfgaardi walked side by side, remaining silent. After a while, Nilfgaardi slowly spoke. "You're the leader of this generation of the mechanical race?" "Yes," Manison replied calmly. "Not bad. I didn't expect such a powerful person like you to appear among my descendants." Nilfgaardi nodded in satisfaction. Manison looked straight ahead, turned a deaf ear, and did not answer. Not only was Nilfgaardi the first divine throne mechanic in history, the founder of the machinery faith, but he was also the ancestor of the mechanical race. Manison was not interested in acknowledging an ancestor. His interaction with Nilfgaardi was limited. Before he became a Beyond Grade A, Nilfgaardi had already died. Furthermore, after advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm, his race had sublimated and become a new species. In terms of genes, the two were no longer the same creature. After lamenting for a while, Nilfgaardi patted Manison's lord's avatar on the shoulder and asked, "How's the mechanical race now?" "You'll know when we get back. It's not bad anyway." Manison could not be bothered to report to him. "That's good." Nilfgaardi nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to announce my return to the entire mechanical race in a while. Tell them that the ancestor is back." With that, Nilfgaardi quickened his pace and left Manison's side. Manison looked at his back and raised his hand to pat the shoulder that Nilfgaardi had patted as if he was sweeping away dust. "If this was in the past, I would have definitely thought of a way to kill you," Manison snorted coldly in his heart. Although Nilfgaardi did not express any intention of taking back the leader of the mechanical race, with one more ancestor, his power would definitely be reduced. The mechanical race was his important base camp. He did not want to see anyone interfere with his interests, not even his ancestor. You want to take away the ready-made cake just because you're older and more senior? Dream on. You want to step on my head? Do you think you're Black Star? However, Manison had restrained himself a lot. Although he was not willing to give up his interests, he did not plan to do anything to Nilfgaardi. At most, he would send him to create a new mechanical race. Anyway, The old mechanical race had already been reproduced for so many years, and it was already in his bag. Just the name of his ancestor alone would not be able to easily shake his foundation as a leader. On the other side, Milizors was also with the ancestor of the astral spiritual dragon race, but the atmosphere was completely different. It was very warm. "Old man, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to compress my size while maintaining all my combat strength?" Milizors was shocked. "Heh, this is my unique secret technique that can only be used by those with my bloodline. However, after you became a Beyond Grade A, you diluted my bloodline and sublimated it into a new species. This won't do. Later, I'll put in a few 100 tons of dragon blood. Take it back and use magic to smelt it and fuse it into your body to increase the density of your bloodline. The next time you come over, let me examine you properly. I'll help you adjust this secret technique and tailor it for you." A small blue dragon that was less than a dozen meters long was lying on Milizor's huge body. Its body was graceful, and its crystal-like blue dragon scales shone brightly. Its golden dragon horn was like jade and shaped like a crown. There were thick whiskers on both sides of the dragon's head. Dragon Mage Marspel Dimitrite was originally a blue dragon with a mutated bloodline. After advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm, his genes had been sublimated, and he had an amazing talent for magic. He had created countless dragon language spells, and the astral spiritual dragon race was only one of the bloodlines he left behind. Many of the dragon language spells that Milizors was currently using were all Marspel's legacies. Putting aside his actual combat strength, at least in terms of magic research, Milizors was inferior. The way mags and mechanics consumed resources was different. Milizors did not care much about who ruled his race. As soon as he saw his knowledgeable ancestor, he approached to share his experience. It just so happened that both dragons had straightforward personalities, so the conversation was quite pleasant. Marspel did not hide anything and said that he could solve the problem of Milizor's size, which was the most troublesome problem. In fact, there were many spells that could reduce one's size, but different races had different body structures, so the magic models required were also different. This was the applicability of magic theory. Milizors had a special Beyond Grade A dragon body, and although there were some rare shrinking spells that were suitable for him, it would reduce his combat power to a certain extent. Thus, he would only be at his peak when he released his entire body. However, the secret technique that Marspel mentioned did not have such a negative effect. Instead, it could increase one's body density, strengthen one's defense, and increase one's combat strength. It was a dragon language spell that could only be used under certain conditions. Milizors was pleasantly surprised and pestered Markepo to ask more questions. Markepo was very generous and said that as long as Milizors wanted to learn, he would teach Milizors. After all, he was Milizors' ancestor, and the scene was filled with benevolence. Once he learned this secret technique, he would no longer be a target, and his combat strength would increase greatly. Thinking of this future, Milizor's heart burned with passion. He could finally escape the fate of being a meat shield. Such a promising career should be left to Black Star. It was worth it to recognize this ancestor. Underworld Dimension. Han Xiao and Hela teleported over to check on Aegon Vardnad's situation. Aegon Vardnads had already transformed into a hero spirit. He was shocked and furious, and he was surrounded by the 8 brothers of the underworld. Upon seeing Han Xiao descend, Aegon Vardnad's eyes bulged out as he said angrily, "You actually killed me. You, shut up. If it weren't for me, you would still be a dead man. You wouldn't even have the right to be killed. You went too far. This is your punishment." Han Xiao interrupted him expressionlessly. Hela turned to look at the 8 brothers of the underworld and asked, "Have you helped him figure out his situation?" "I've already told him about the situation in the underworld, but he doesn't seem to have accepted reality." Sorokin shrugged. Hearing this, Aegon Vardnads suddenly turned his head and glared at Hela. "Don't even think of making me your slave. I will never be controlled by you." "Oh." Hela's expression was cold and indifferent. Han Xiao crossed his arms and said casually, "A bad life is better than a good death. You have to think carefully. Although you are controlled by others, in a sense, This is an immortal body. I would rather die than be free. Aegon Vardnads held his head high and puffed out his chest. Han Xiao clapped twice and turned to look at Hela. Lock him up alone. Release him when you change your mind. Okay, I can adjust the hero spirit sense of time and make him feel like a year. Without hesitation, Hela used her authority in the underworld and locked Aegon Vardnads up before he could say anything. Seeing this, the 8 brothers of the underworld clicked their tongues in sympathy. All the senses of the hero spirits were controlled by the underworld controller, and they could simulate all kinds of experiences. Offending a dog with authority would definitely not end well. From now on, there will be 9 hero spirit kings in the underworld. They're all peak beyond grade as, only slightly weaker than Sorokin. We've gained another general. Han Xiao nodded. He did not doubt that Aegon Vardnads would admit defeat in the end because he had no other choice. If this guy was really so unyielding, he would not have begged for mercy when he was beaten up. If Aegon Vardnads was obedient, he would at most be under house arrest for a period of time. However, since he was so courting death, Han Xiao did not have any psychological burden in locking him up in the underworld. He had to bear the corresponding price for doing something. You chose yourself, hero. On the other side, Sorokin was in a good mood. Finally, there was a newcomer. This way, he would not be the youngest, happy. At the same time, in the World Tree territory, numerous routes stretched out from the space, continuously producing troops, sending out batch after batch of freshly baked fleets, turning from illusion to reality. Heart Tree King sat on his throne and looked at this scene from afar. He casually asked, how's the situation now? Other than some high-level combatants who are still in the process of reviving, the battleships and soldiers lost in the previous battle have basically been replenished by the Mother Tree. We have regrouped some troops over the past few days, and 230 billion battleships have already been sent to the secondary dimensions. We are currently searching for the territory of the other civilization in the secondary dimensions. The executive officer reported the current situation. Okay. Heart Tree King nodded calmly. The attack path of the main universe was blocked, and the World Tree began to make preparations. It planned to start from the secondary dimensions and invade through another route. However, the World Tree did not give up on its plan to attack the interception circle. It had been gathering a larger number of troops, and at the same time, it had the advance army consume the 3 universal civilizations troops and push the jump point forward. The other party is in a stalemate with our over-the-horizon encampment. Their expansion has been blocked and is almost at a standstill. This plan is very effective. I estimate that before we launch our next attack, the jump point will be maintained in this area and will not be pushed away by the other party, another World Tree executive officer said. Not bad. The Heart Tree King praised and suddenly paused before asking, yes. Have you found out the reason for the information leak? How did they know about our strategic deployment? Yes, there's already some clues. It's suspected to be related to those with the ability to foresee. An executive officer took out a report and explained. According to the data, 93.4% of the exposed tactical deployments have one thing in common. All of them were foreseen by the future state. We have reason to suspect that the strategic deployment was leaked to the other party because of this. As for what method the other party used, we do not know for the time being. Currently, all foresight operations have been stopped. We are thoroughly investigating the details of the abilities, awakenings, and backgrounds of all the future state perceivers to find the reason. Many tactical deployments had been discovered by the 3 universal civilizations, so it was impossible for the World Tree to remain indifferent. Although they did not know the abilities of Destiny's Child, through data analysis, the World Tree civilization still found the reason for the information leak. Even if they could not solve the root cause, they could at least solve the symptoms. Heart Tree King patted the armrest and slowly said, "It's good that we found the solution. However, don't seal off the other party's intelligence channel. When needed, this channel can come in handy. It might catch them off guard." Chapter 1372. Under the deliberate publicity of the three universal civilizations, within a few days, the news of Black Star using the Sanctum revival to awaken many historical beyond grade as spread like wildfire. It spread throughout the troops stationed in the interception circle, instantly boosting their morale. Beyond grade as were not only high-level combatants, but they were also the representatives of individual experts. During the war, they were also one of the spiritual pillars of many soldiers. The more individuals there were in the army, the more confident the soldiers would be. The relevant information was also specially sent back to the Galactic Society, which also caused a large number of people and various organizations to be excited. In the past, a large number of galactic residents hated the Sanctum revival, thinking that it was the confidence of the beyond grade a privileged class. However, now that most of the beyond grade as had gone to resist foreign enemies and become the force to protect the Galactic Society, the attitude of these galactic residents changed. They were not stingy with their praise for the Sanctum revival and wished that more historical beyond grade as would revive to protect their safety. Even during wartime, the distribution company of Wayne Cards did not miss the business opportunity and launched a new Revivers series of card packs. If there were some character summon cards and force cards that had a special relationship with each other on the field at the same time, it could even trigger the interaction function and have different reactions as a hidden Easter egg. The reactions of the various organizations were not as one-sided as the excitement of the public. They secretly evaluated the impact of this matter on themselves, especially the organizations that had ties with these historical beyond grade as in a certain branch of the machinery faith. In the spacious hall of the temple, bishops wearing the mechanical priest robes of different factions gathered one after another and discussed in low voices. Their voices were filled with uncontrollable excitement. The original God has returned. We should worship his honorific name again. I never thought that one day I would be able to see the living Nilfgaardi. The bishops were excited. As the original mechanical deity, Nilfgaardi had a special status in the machinery faith. Because only by worshipping a living mechanical deity could the believers receive feedback, the dead mechanical deities only had a commemorative meaning left and became the old gods that were rarely mentioned. However, Nilfgaardi was an exception. Every time they prayed, the believers of the machinery faith would chant his honorific name. This was a treatment that the other mechanical deities did not have. Now that Nilfgaardi had come back to life, they could restore the worship. However, the machinery faith was a group of extremely realistic believers. Although Nilfgaardi's position was special, it would not immediately shake Black Star's current position, unless he could prove that his machinery was stronger. Furthermore, the Sanctum revival was a product brought about by Black Star. All the archbishops present considered this point and reached a consensus. Although the meaning of the original god is different, he was brought back by Black Star. Nilfgaardi's current position should not be above Black Star. That's right. It was Black Star who awakened the old gods one by one and revived the glory of the sect. In view of this, we should give Black Star a new honorific name to distinguish him from the other mechanical deities and give him a unique status. Since Nilfgaardi is the original god, why don't we call Black Star the god of revival? It doesn't feel good. In my opinion, whether the old gods awaken or not is completely controlled by Black Star. Why don't we call him the Great Old Ones? Why does it feel a little weird? Let's change it. I think the title Undying Black, Holy Venerable of the Church, Guardian of the Door of the Old Gods, Arbiter of Life and Death is not bad. It's too long. This title of yours, those who don't know would think that it's for people. So what if it's long? Just say if it's nice or not. The group of archbishops argued fiercely over Black Star's new honorific name. Unable to convince each other, they even started to fight. They dismantled each other's oil pipes, and each other pulled out their piston pumps, hurting each other. In the central galaxy, on a man-made habitable planet, a transport fleet with the logo of the Black Star Corps slowly sailed into the spaceport. Under the guidance of the port's smart robots, huge cuboid-shaped transport ships docked at different docks. The cabin doors opened one after another, and teams of Black Star Corps soldiers walked out. They formed a formation, stood in position, and took out their indicator lights to give orders. Then, a large number of Blue Star citizens walked out, forming long queues. They boarded the docks and headed to the arranged settlement. The army soldiers maintained order. Although there was a slight commotion in the crowd, it was still orderly. However, the constant movement of looking left and right exposed the nervousness and curiosity in most people's hearts. In the command room of the transport ship's bridge, Bennett looked down at the migrating crowd slowly moving on the docks with a complicated expression. At the beginning of the war, he responded to Black Star's call and organized a long-distance migration of all Blue Star citizens. At that time, it naturally caused a lot of opposition. Many people were not willing to migrate, and there was a lot of resistance when it was carried out. For most people, the mother planet was a feeling that was difficult to give up. No matter how far they wandered in the universe, the mother planet was the home of their soul. There were too many examples of people who were willing to live and die with their mother planet in the face of disaster. However, these problems were all forcefully suppressed by Bennett. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they were all packed up and sent to the transport fleet. As the various star fields were undergoing a great migration, the efficiency of transportation was limited, and the transport fleet had been on the road for a long time. Along the way, Bennett had been emphasizing the necessity of doing so. He tried to reason with them and finally suppressed most of the dissatisfaction. Many people on planet Aquamarine had no choice but to accept the reality. Instead, they began to worry and fear about the future. Although this was only a temporary measure to take refuge, they were not sure if this would be the last time they saw their mother planet. If the World Tree successfully invaded, the flickering world would be the first to bear the brunt. The shattered star ring was adjacent to the flickering world, so it was very likely to become the second main battlefield. Perhaps one day, they would hear the news of their mother planet being destroyed from countless light years away. I wonder if I'll have the chance to go back after leaving my hometown this time. Bennett sighed softly with mixed feelings. This time, a faint female voice sounded beside him. "This is your new home. I'll escort you here. Thank you for your protection, Your Excellency Ames." Bennett turned around and thanked her. I'll leave this place to you. I'll leave floating Dragon Island behind as your guard." Ames nodded casually and walked out of the cabin. She was not at the front lines at the moment. She originally had such thoughts, but Black Star had asked her to escort the Blue Star migration team, so she was delayed. In fact, Ames knew that this was Black Star's request to protect her in disguise. However, the escort journey would eventually be over, and it was time for her to head to the front lines. Furthermore, she wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of existence the nightmare that had forced Black Star to not stop for so many years was. In the Interception Circle base group, the revivers were under house arrest. In the vast starry sky, streams of light were constantly colliding, emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Shockingly, many beyond grade as were fighting with different revivers. Han Xiao and his other companions who did not make a move stayed on the battleship to watch the battle. From time to time, they would use various means to offset the aftershocks. The people who had just revived were not in their peak condition. During this period, they had been undergoing recovery training to get used to each other. As for the mechanics and mags who had been around for a long time, they still had to learn the new theories and technologies as much as possible in a short period of time, so they were very busy. Because the Beyond Grade as guarding the Interception Circle had nothing to do, sparring with them became their current priority. They had been helping the revivers recover their combat strength and frequently exchanged pointers. Although most of the revivers' knowledge base was behind the times, there were also some lost skills that were brought back by the revivers. They were not stingy with teaching, which indirectly increased the average strength of the current Beyond Grade as. Among them, the one with the greatest increase in strength was Milizor's. He had finally gotten his wish to shrink his body size. He had only just learned the dragon language secret technique that the old ancestor had taught him, but he was already able to shrink his mothership-like body to about 300 meters long. Just this alone made him overjoyed, and his combat strength had increased significantly. According to him, as long as he mastered this secret technique, he would at most be able to shrink his dragon body to a length of more than 10 meters. His density would increase explosively, like the difference between stone and steel. In the past, The old dragon had high HP, average defense, and basically zero evasion. He was just a target. Now that he has completed this transformation, not only will his defense increase explosively, his evasion rate will also return to normal. His agility will increase greatly, and his combat strength will increase by half a level. Han Xiao guessed. After watching the sparring for a while, he lowered his head and opened the interface. He glanced at the forums. Thanks to the World Trees Beyond Visual Range tactic, the players had been carrying out suicide missions with extremely generous rewards. More than half of the IDs in the first tier on the level rankings had changed, and the players who were lucky enough to snatch the suicide missions had all gone up. Meanwhile, the current number 1 player was 6 levels higher than the number 1 player 2 months ago. He had already reached level 173, and he was only 7 levels away from the current version's upper limit of level 180. This leveling speed was considerably fast for players. However, only a few people managed to snatch the suicide missions, and this kind of good thing would disappear very soon. Han Xiao had already provided the blueprint for the special observation device, and the 3 universal civilizations had been manufacturing it non-stop. They had already sent over a batch of shells and were waiting for him to complete the most important core process. As long as they had the finished product of the detection device, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely use it in the battle very quickly and get rid of the World Trees Beyond Visual Range tactic in one go. This way, the players would only be able to participate in a large-scale space-time splicing self-destruct operation at most, and they would not be able to enjoy this kind of high-quality compound fertilizer that stimulated growth in the future. I wonder what new plan the World Tree Civilization will come up with after breaking this tactic. Speaking of which, Destiny's Child doesn't seem to have gained much recently. Han Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to Hella's report, the frequency of Destiny's Child taking effect had significantly decreased compared to the beginning. Furthermore, the information obtained from the surveillance was basically not too important, and it did not provide much help to the current situation. This sign was a signal in Han Xiao's eyes. Either the World Tree Civilization felt that the effect of the foresight method was average and stopped using it on a large scale, or the World Tree Civilization realized the reason for the leak of information and consciously took precautions. Did the World Tree notice something? It's faster than I expected. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Although Destiny's Child's surveillance channel was hidden, through the analysis of the battle, he could always sense some of the actions of the 3 universal civilizations. It was as if he had received the news in advance, so he naturally suspected the possibility of the information being leaked. Although it was very difficult to find out the mechanism of Destiny's Child, through the relevant data screening, the World Tree had a high chance of discovering that the Foreseer was the source of the leak. The 3 universal civilizations could also do this, but their reaction speed would be slower. Han Xiao was never sure that Destiny's Child would be able to hide it from the World Tree forever. After all, this was not something that could not be solved. He would not believe that this low-risk intelligence channel would always be reliable, but the longer it could be hidden, the better. If the World Tree realizes this, it might deliberately use this intelligence channel at some point in time and use the Foreseer to send us misleading information. It seems like any information obtained from Destiny's Child in the future will have to be filtered first. Han Xiaoxin pondered. Just as he was thinking, the sparring in the field ended one after another. It was all about communication. Kasui, who had watched the entire process, was filled with emotions. As expected of the heroes of history, there are as many experts as there are clouds. They're all people with great luck. The concentration of luck outside is almost over the limit. It's more balanced here. Secret Master nodded. I'm relieved to see them alive and kicking. These people are the monuments of our civilization's evolution history. They are the essence accumulated from generation to generation. Ulu, who was not far away, pretended to give pointers and acted like an old man. But we're still stronger. Man Ison glanced at him indifferently. Civilizations continued to develop, experience continued to be passed down, and skills were innovated generation after generation. Naturally, the present would not be inferior to the past. Currently, among the beyond grade as, The strength of the current generation was still stronger, especially with Black Star, who had broken the historical record. You guys are so noisy. Han Xiao looked at them helplessly. Just watch the battle. He did not know why these people were so dramatic. He retracted his gaze and turned to look at the many revivers who were returning to the battleship in groups. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he had an idea. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Han Xiao raised his hand and opened the wide-area communication channel. Seeing that you guys are having fun, my hands are a little itchy too. Who's interested in playing with me? I promise to be gentle. Chapter 1373. As soon as he said that, the many beyond grade as in the cabin could not help but look at him with surprised gazes. The many revivers who were boarding the ship were also stunned. What are you going to do? Kasui was surprised. It's just a spar. Why do you have such an expression? What's the fuss? Looking at everyone's expressions, Han Xiaoshan felt helpless. The current beyond grade as knew his abilities very well. Even if he wanted to spar with someone, not many people would be willing to pay attention to him. All of them were very smart and hid their abilities well. Furthermore, his status was special now, and his every move was being watched. It was easy for people to think too much, so it was not convenient for him to fight with his own people. However, the revivers who had just woken up did not have a deep enough impression of him. They might agree, and there might be a chance to trigger a beyond grade A challenge mission. It was worth a try. The expressions of the revivers changed, and they immediately thought of something else. As the president of the Beyond Grade A Association, Black Star actually took the initiative to invite them to a battle. He probably wanted to show them his might. Could it be that he was afraid that they would not be willing to be put under house arrest and would have some thoughts, so he wanted to beat them up and make them behave? The more they thought about it, the more the lively communication channel became silent, and there was an awkward silence. Seeing that no one spoke, Han Xiao coughed and asked, "Why are you all so reserved? Doesn't anyone want to play with me?" "Reserved my ass, you definitely have ulterior motives." Many beyond grade as rolled their eyes in their hearts. When they killed Aegon Vardnads, they had seen the tip of Black Star's strength. Although they had just woken up, they still cared about their reputation. Why would they be beaten up for no reason? If they could win against Black Star, they could increase their prestige, but they had not recovered to their peak state yet. Not many of them had the confidence to win against the most outstanding beyond grade A representative of the current generation in their current state. Although Nilfgaardi had agreed to spar with him in the future, he had not even gathered a mechanical army yet, so he had no intention of standing out. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one expressed their stance. They ignored Han Xiao together, and no one responded. Seeing that no one was speaking, Aurora broke the silence in the channel and said softly, "Well, don't worry about getting hurt. I'll heal you." Hela snorted and took a few steps forward. "If your hands are itchy, I'll spar with you. Why are you looking for someone else?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned to look at the two sisters. "Finally, someone redeemed my dignity. You two are still the ones who love me the most." Kasui laughed and tried to smooth things over. Okay, Black Star doesn't have any bad intentions. There's no need to be so vigilant. If you don't want to, then forget it. TSK, you're making it sound like I'm taking advantage of you. Forget it, let's talk about it when you're back in peak condition. When Han Xiao saw that no one was responding to his invitation, he had no choice but to find a way out. He sighed in his heart that it was getting harder and harder to cut wool these days. Just as he was about to change the topic and ask everyone to disperse, a deep voice sounded in the channel. "There's no need to wait until the future. I'll be your opponent." Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He hurriedly turned around and saw a burly creature with his fists clenched. Pugilist. He's here with iron head. The surrounding revivers turned their heads and stared at this guy in shock. "Cure, you don't really think you're his match, do you?" Someone could not help but ask. "Mph, I still have this bit of self-awareness. However, facing difficulties is my martial path. If I don't dare to fight without any danger to my life, it will only damage my martial arts beliefs. If I meet an expert, I can use it to train myself. Kua looked at him coldly with a tenacious and unyielding attitude. His fighting spirit rose. Han Xiao was King touched. As expected of a pugilist, he never disappointed him. Seeing this scene, many revivers were speechless. Knowing that Black Star might want to show his might, he still rushed forward. Only a silly pugilist would do such a thing. Everyone silently distanced themselves from Kua, afraid that they would be infected with the Iron Head disease. Since you've responded, let's spar. Han Xiao could not wait to fly out of the cabin, afraid that this kid would go back on his word. This Kua was just an ordinary neutral beyond grade A. Although he was not an expert, he was still a beyond grade A. No matter how small the wool was, he could still take it. Anyway, he was not picky. Furthermore, ordinary beyond grade as did not mean that they did not have good abilities. After all, many of his molding talents were drawn from ordinary supers. Wait a minute, is there any prize for our spar? Kua asked again. What do you want? If I can beat you by 1 or 2 moves, you'll remove my house arrest and give me freedom, Kua said in a muffled voice. This time, even Han Xiao, who knew the habits of pugilists, was a little surprised. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No way, no way, do you really think you can have an advantage against a peak beyond grade A? If you want to fight head-on, although we can criticize you in our hearts, we can still accept that you're using a strong enemy to train yourself. However, you can't really think that you have a chance to win, right? That's overestimating yourself. As if seeing the confusion of Han Xiao and his other companions, Kua said with a deep voice, although the chances aren't high, setting a goal can stimulate my potential and unleash greater strength. The difference in strength between you and me is too great. I need to use all external factors to strengthen my combat strength. You're really pure. Han Xiao did not know what to say. After a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Everyone returned to the spaceship to watch the battle, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. In the field, Kua's entire body was surging with flames. He was in a battle stance, facing Han Xiao from afar. His aura was locked onto Han Xiao, and he was ready. His pugilist aura was not bad, but the difference in strength was too great. Han Xiao had already tried his best to sense it, but he really could not feel any sense of danger. In his eyes, this was like a little kitten baring its fangs at him. It was not fierce at all, but rather cute. Han Xiao looked at the interface. The relevant Beyond Grade A challenge mission had successfully popped up. With so many beyond grade as watching the battle, the influence naturally reached the standard of triggering a mission. The mission format was still to persevere for a sufficient time. The reward of the highest level of ability draw required him to persevere for a total of 20 minutes. This request was naturally not difficult for him. On the contrary, he doubted that Kua could last so long in his hands, so, the difficulty this time is how do I go easy on him for 20 minutes? KKZ is good at this. I have to consider it. Han Xiao's face twitched slightly. Am I the one doing the challenge mission, or is Kua the one doing the challenge mission? I'm going. Kua's aura reached its peak. He suddenly let out a low roar, and the flames all over his body swelled. He pushed his palms forward, and endless shockwave bullets were thrown over like a yellow chain of light. Han Xiao's body did not move. A circle of floating cannons unfolded behind him like a light wheel behind his head. Dense beams of light shot out, destroying all the shockwave bullets midway. Seeing this, Kua's body swayed, and dozens of clones with flames suddenly charged toward Han Xiao from all directions. He did not approach but instead clasped his palms together to accumulate power. Han Xiao clenched his fists and punched to both sides. The powerful force field activated by the mechanical suit swept past, instantly destroying all the clones that were approaching rapidly. At this time, Kua had already completed his rapid accumulation. A dazzling pugilist aura lit up between his hands, and he suddenly pushed it forward. The bright yellow pugilist aura was wrapped in a sharp aura, and like a rapidly extending light blade, it quickly shot toward Han Xiao. Accompanied by the surging energy was Kua's loud shout that resounded through the communication channel. Ha! Galaxy Split Fist, third move. Hearing the name that was off the charts, Han Xiao only felt that the pugilist aura that was attacking him had become stronger. It was true. Shouting the name of the move while launching the attack was indeed a bonus. The more you shouted, the more points you would gain. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the burning desire in his heart. He raised his hand slightly and summoned a psionic shield to block in front of him. The next moment, the bright yellow pugilist aura bombarded the blue psionic shield that was rippling like water waves, and a dazzling light will suddenly exploded. The shock wave spread out with a bang. When the shock wave dissipated, Han Xiao did not move. The psionic shield flickered a few times before stabilizing again. Kua's expression changed, and he became extremely serious. You actually took out such a tight defense. As expected, this move can't break through your defense. You're not simple. Han Xiao, I only took out a basic shield. When did it become a tight defense? Don't add drama for me. Seeing that Kua was about to continue, Han Xiao's face twitched. He raised his hand and opened the secondary dimensional army box. He did not have the heart to summon a large army to bully him, so he only pulled out an apostle weapon that was equipped with weapons all over its body. Heaven-suppressing banner, you deal with him. The heaven-suppressing banner nodded. It picked up the battle shield and heavy axe that it was born with and started shooting out. It dragged the tail flames of the thrusters as it charged straight for Kua. The man and machine immediately got entangled together and fought at close range. Han Xiao did not interfere. He just sat by the side and watched the heaven-suppressing banner fight Kua alone, silently counting the time. With the enhancement of his mechanical force, the current apostle weapon could already fight with high level beyond grade as, and it would not be a problem for it to fight against ordinary beyond grade as alone. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Han Xiao finally waited until the 20 minutes were up. Seeing that the mission reward of the highest level showed that it could be completed, he could not wait to finish off his opponent, knocking Kua to the ground in 2 or 3 moves. With such a huge difference in strength, there was no suspense in this battle. Alright, that's enough. You should practice more. Who else is willing to spar with me? Han Xiao did not use too much strength, using control methods to suppress Kua until he could not move. He then turned to look at the spaceship that was watching the battle. The channel was silent. Many revivers curled their lips and did not respond. They had thought that Black Star would defeat Kua with lightning speed, but they had fought for 20 minutes. However, everyone knew that Black Star had purposely given Kua a chance to show off. To him, it was not even a warm-up. Many revivers thought about it and felt that they understood. Black Star most likely felt that the gap between him and Kua was too big, and defeating the other party in one go would not have any effect. Furthermore, it would seem that he had used too much strength and was bullying the weak. Therefore, he decided to use a different method to show off his strength, letting others see that he could fight an ordinary beyond grade A with an apostle weapon, indirectly revealing his strength. Some people felt that they had guessed the truth. Although they felt that they had seen through Black Star's scheme, they had to admit that Black Star's performance had indeed deepened their impression of him as unfathomable. A single apostle weapon could fight against an ordinary beyond grade A, so wouldn't Black Star have dozens of apostle weapons? Wouldn't that be equivalent to dozens of beyond grade As? It was truly terrifying. Since no one is interested in fighting again, let's go back. Han Xiao waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he knew that he could not wait for the next silly girl. He released his control over Kua and returned to the spaceship. Kua rubbed his sore shoulders, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he felt that after this wave of devastation, his endurance had increased, and his belief in martial arts had become stronger. His brain circuit was indeed different from that of ordinary people. With this interlude, everyone remained silent. They took the spaceship back to the main base and dispersed, returning to their respective areas. Han Xiao changed into the king and teleported back to the army base in the flickering world. He found Fu Ding and Nero to freeload some luck before rubbing his palms and returning to his room, preparing to complete the mission. Fu Ding, Nero, Carrot, and the other potential officers who had not reached the beyond grade A realm were not sent to the front lines for the time being and were still being nurtured. Of course, he still had some selfish motives. If the Beyond Grade A seeds suffered large-scale casualties at the front lines, the gains would not make up for the losses. The current situation was not at the point where everyone's lives would be used to fill the gap. I hope I can draw something suitable this time. Although Cure is a little rash, he still has some good abilities. Han Xiao had seen Cure's attributes before, and it was like a prize pool to him. He rubbed his hands and chose to complete the mission. The next moment, the interface showed that the mission was completed. Han Xiao skipped the basic reward and looked at the notification at the bottom. You have received the reward. Draw one of Cure's abilities, skill talent. Tip: Cure is a pugilist. Some of the available abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please choose one from the following 5 abilities as the reward 1. Steel Hammer, First Form, Ability. Hit the target with your hard head. Plus 25% attack and plus 250% defense for the head temporarily. There is a chance to cause concussion, stun, and other negative statuses to yourself or the enemy. Cooldown, 14s. 2. Crow Swarm Cannon, Ability. In the next 5 seconds, plus 120% ranged attack speed, minus 30% attack, and every ranged attack has a 3 to 5% chance to obtain the tracking effect. Cooldown, 35s. 3. Unyielding Challenger, Talent. When facing enemies whose level is higher than yours, all your attributes will be increased by 3 to 15%, depending on the level difference between the two parties. 4. Combo Increase, Talent. Damage increases with the number of combo hits. Maximum increase is 12%. 5. Azure Dragon Bind, Ability. Restrict the enemy's movements at close range, forcing both parties to be unable to move at the same time. The time taken for the target to break free depends on the difference in strength and endurance. Chapter 1374. Iron Head Hammer. Is only the first move. Is there another combo? Looking at the interface notification, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He could not take his eyes off the first option. He had always thought that Iron Head was just an adjective for pugilists. He did not expect it to be a skill. Han Xiao looked down and saw all the other options. He pondered for a while and made his choice. These 2 talents were not bad, but he did not really want them. As his level increased, the effect of Unyielding Challenger would decrease. With his current level, there were not many chances for him to trigger it. Furthermore, he would not stop leveling up, so this talent would only become more and more useless. As for Combo Increase, it was quite practical. He could easily max out his combo with his mechanical army, but the bonus was a little low. Now that he had a solid foundation, he did not lack this kind of passive talent. In comparison, Han Xiao wanted some abilities with special tactical effects that would be more effective in battle. Crow Swarm Cannon could increase the explosive power of focus fire far more than Combo Increase. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, his damage was already not low. What he lacked was hit rate. Even if he wanted to focus fire, he had to hit his target. In fact, Han Xiao was not too desperate for Azure Dragon Bind. After all, the limit of triggering it at close range was quite high. Furthermore, both sides would not be able to move after using it. He was mainly interested in the rare ability of controlling the target for at least 2 seconds. This was only the effect of LV1. If he maxed it out, together with some of his talents that increased the level of his skills, the minimum control time would most likely be extended. It was worth a try. You have received new ability, Azure Dragon Bind. It sounds pretty good. It's much better than a random name like Iron Head Hammer. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and opened his attribute interface. He quickly found the new golden ability and invested his EXP to level it up. Although he was aiming for level 360 and did not want to waste his EXP, the cost of maxing out a skill would not affect his plan. Very quickly, Aged Bind went from LV1 to the maximum level of LV10. The minimum control time was now 2.6 seconds. At the same time, it provided additional strength and endurance, making it harder for the target to break free. After all, Han Xiao had not specifically added points to his strength attribute, so it was average at the same level. However, his endurance was still passable. Now, he was mainly adding points to wisdom and endurance. Every time he refreshed his universal treasure, a portion of it would be added to his endurance. Strong Lockdown Man finally has a skill enhancement. If he had this move before, the subduing Tree King wouldn't have been able to break free so easily. Han Xiao rubbed his chest. Just as he was about to find someone to test this move on, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from Ames. She said that she wanted to come to the front line and asked Han Xiao to activate the king to pick her up. Seeing Ames's firm attitude, Han Xiao did not force her to stay behind. Instead, he took her back to the intercepting circle. Moreover, he could test out his new move with Ames and see how effective it was in actual combat. Central Galaxy, Desolate Universe Belt. A small fleet was slowly cruising through the boundless starry sky as if it was aimless. In the command room of the main ship, a group of operators wearing various types of armor were piloting the spaceship. They looked like a group of galactic pirates. On the command platform at the front stood a few guys with imposing auras. They were all wearing hooded robes to hide their figures. Due to the invasion of foreign enemies, the 3 universal civilizations' armies have been sent to the various border starfields. The hinterland is empty, and a large number of galactic residents are hiding in the central galaxy. This is a good opportunity, a hooded man said softly. Hearing this, a small commotion appeared among the hooded men. The hooded man standing at the front let out a long sigh and slowly said, "Forget it. Let's not do it now." "Why?" "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Another person's tone was agitated and filled with confusion. "If I say we won't move, then we won't move." The hooded man at the front raised his head slightly, revealing his face under the hood. It was the mysterious Pangan. This group of people was the group of Avengers who had left the Holy Covenant. "Pangan, don't tell me you're feeling compassionate." A Beyond Grade A said coldly. "You're retreating because of the invasion of foreign enemies? You're not willing to affect the so-called big picture? Don't forget that our goal is to take revenge on the 3 universal civilizations. That's what we want to do in the first place. The external enemies are our help, and there's no better time than now to destroy their rule. This gives us a chance to take advantage of them. Otherwise, do you really think we can shake the foundation of the 3 universal civilizations' rule with just the few of us? Are you teaching me how to do things?" Pangan's expression was also cold. This person was not afraid at all. He glared back and said with a deep voice, "Then tell me, why should we let go of this opportunity? If our paths are different, it's better to disband as soon as possible and do our own things." The others also focused their gazes on Pangan. Their civilization had been destroyed by the 3 universal civilizations in the exploration era, and they had a deep-rooted hatred. For revenge, they had already disregarded life and death. The invasion of the World Tree made them happy instead of shocked. They thought that the heavens were on their side. Pangan paused for a moment, took out a thick handmade cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. The smoke filled the air silently. "Speak," his companion asked coldly. Pangan glanced at him, tapped the cigarette ash, and slowly said, "The Great Migration should have been the time when the galactic pirates were rampant and active, but the armies of the various civilizations were escorting their citizens to the central galaxy to seek refuge, and there were fewer and fewer galactic residents wandering outside. This made it harder and harder for the galactic pirates to live. Not only did they not have any prey, but they were also wiped out by the military." "What are you trying to say?" "What I'm saying is, even if we want to seize this opportunity to shake the rule of the 3 universal civilizations, we don't have enough manpower. Why don't we take this opportunity to integrate the galactic pirates and obtain enough armed forces? Otherwise, even if we go to the 3 universal civilizations to cause trouble now, we won't be able to cause much trouble." As he spoke, Pangan paused and calmly said, "Furthermore, if we obstruct the 3 universal civilizations' plan to resist the enemy at this juncture, Black Star will definitely come and kill us. Do you guys want to see him that much?" Hearing this, Fear flashed through everyone's eyes, and they stopped talking. Pangan glanced at them, smoked his cigarette, and stopped talking. This was both the truth and an excuse. To be fair, although the invasion of foreign enemies was a good opportunity to shake the three universal civilizations, Pangan did not want to use this opportunity. On one hand, it was because of the threat of Black Star, and on the other hand, it was because of the Holy Covenant. After all, this was the hometown of Oathkeeper and many other Holy Covenant companions. He had already owed the Holy Covenant a huge favor by being able to be reborn. At the same time, he had also obtained his freedom. Now that some of his old friends were fighting against foreign enemies, he did not want to drag them down at this time. Although he had decided to dedicate his life to revenge, he did not want to lose his brotherhood because of this. The invasion of foreign enemies might be the only chance to destroy the three universal civilizations, but Pangan did not regret giving up this path. He firmly believed that there were other ways. The three universal civilizations and the World Tree were still engaged in a tug-of-war at the front line. After a while, with the first batch of special observation devices, the stalemate between the two sides was finally broken. The over-the-horizon detection technology from the final civilization of another iteration broke through the disguises of the World Tree strongholds one after another. The densely packed camps were marked on the wide-area radar one after another. It was almost as if the entire map had been opened, and they had finally regained the initiative. The entire Interception Circle Command Center was greatly energized. They immediately organized a large number of players to form a space-time splicing army, splitting into thousands of troops and heading toward all the camps, trying to clear out all the enemy strongholds in one go. The over-the-horizon camps that were guarding and helping each other were quickly destroyed. The strongholds hidden in the dark were caught off guard and destroyed one after another under the self-destructing charge of the fearless space-time splicing army. A large number of nails that the World Tree had planted near the Interception Circle were pulled out one after another. After more than half a month of fierce battle, the World Tree finally gave up on the ineffective over-the-horizon camp tactic and no longer released new strongholds, allowing the three universal civilizations to clear the obstacles in the expansion of the Interception Circle and the Space Anchor orbit. Without any obstructions, the stagnant expansion speed of the Space Anchor orbit immediately thawed and pushed forward again, continuing to force the World Tree's jump point away from the Interception Circle. In the next few months, the frequency and intensity of the collisions between the two sides continued to increase, and the battle became more and more intense. During this period, the World Tree launched 2 more attacks. The size of the fleet was in the tens of billions, and 2 large-scale battles were triggered. These 2 battles were both army battles, and the World Tree did not send out any high-level combatants. It was purely to exhaust the three universal civilizations' forces. It seemed like before they found a way to restrain Aurora, the World Tree would no longer allow individuals to participate in the battle. Furthermore, the experts who had died in the previous battle had not all been revived, so they could not enter the battlefield. Although the World Tree had to consume resources to replenish its fleet and combat personnel, due to the characteristics of the World Tree itself, their resource utilization rate, resource development rate, resource regeneration speed, and resource reserves far exceeded the three universal civilizations. They had a huge advantage, and both sides could quickly increase their troops. The World Tree's plan was to exhaust the three universal civilizations' national strength. Many beyond grade as participated in these 2 large-scale battles. With Aurora taking care of them, coupled with the fact that the World Tree did not send any beyond grade as, they were safe both times. No one died in battle for the time being. In the past few months, Han Xiao had provided some of the war technology hidden in the First Sanctum, which was manufactured in batches and allocated to many troops. It had a significant effect in the battle between the armies, reducing the losses of the three universal civilizations' fleets by a lot, and defeating the World Tree's army at a lower cost. Destiny's Child's surveillance channel had also discovered the signs of mobilization for these 2 attacks in advance, allowing the three universal civilizations to be on guard and further reducing their losses. However, with the special over-the-horizon detection device provided by Han Xiao, the surveillance range and strength of the three universal civilizations had undergone a qualitative change. They did not need Destiny's Child to discover most of the World Tree's movements near the interception circle. This important technology forced the three universal civilizations to change a portion of their strategic plans, and they no longer felt troubled because of their weakness in detection. Therefore, the three universal civilizations placed more importance on Han Xiao. They wished that Han Xiao could stay in the base and not participate in any battles, preventing him from encountering any risks. Black Star took out strategic technologies one after another as if they were free. Almost every one of them was qualified to be the trump card of an advanced civilization. This also shocked the research departments of the three parties. They only felt that Black Star's research ability alone was more impressive than their entire department, and they were in awe. However, a strong attack was a strong attack. Although the three universal civilizations had defeated two waves of attacks, the interception circle and the space-anchored orbit had been destroyed on a large scale during the advance of the World Tree Army, and their expansion had been indirectly restrained. Ever since the war broke out, the two sides had been facing each other in this meat grinder for more than half a year, constantly exhausting their forces. The World Tree had always been blocked outside, unable to break through the interception circle. It was as if they had finally exhausted their patience. Destiny's Child's surveillance channel had captured important information, showing that the World Tree civilization was mobilizing troops in their territory, planning a new attack. This time, it was the World Tree's largest attack so far. The scale was even larger than the previous three combined. It had already exceeded 200 billion, and it was unknown how much longer it would take. With such a huge attack, even if the interception circle could repel the enemy like the previous 3 times, it would definitely be greatly damaged. The moment he received the news, Han Xiao informed the command center and held an emergency meeting. Chapter 1375. In the conference room of the command center, the highest commanders, the chiefs of the various branches, and the beyond grade as were gathered. On the tactical simulation table, a 3-dimensional star map of the intercepting circle floated. Simon stood beside it and kept fiddling with the star map. He used his fingers to draw tactical symbols and kept explaining the current situation. According to Black Star's intelligence, the World Tree has gathered a 200 billion superlarge army this time and is suspected to be launching a general attack. This is the map of our various branches and the distribution of the wormhole support base stations. It can be seen that the area where our troops are currently mobilized the fastest is between A1075C and N0744J. If the World Tree attacks this line of defense, all of our main defense forces can gather and descend as quickly as possible. However, the gathering speed of the other lines of defense is slightly slower. This slight difference in time may become a breakthrough point, causing the World Tree to break through the first and second layers of defense with a huge number of troops. They will enter the strategic depth zone and the wormhole support base station distribution zone, threatening the third layer and the rest of the lines of defense. This will create a vicious cycle, and we will be in a passive position. The expressions of the upper echelons were solemn. The pressure of a 200 billion fleet was much higher than the previous 3 attacks. Any factor could become a breakthrough point for the other party. I think that the other party will not repeat the same mistake this time after experiencing the previous 3 failures. They will most likely change their attack method and will not immediately charge in. Our construction time is still too short. Not only does the World Tree want to break through the blockade, but it also wants to destroy our fortifications in one go. Only by removing the intercepting circle that we are constantly advancing can they stabilize the jump point and build a bridgehead to invade our territory. We need more reinforcements from the rear. It's best to increase the distance between the first 2 lines of defense and the rear lines of defense to prevent the other party from breaking through the blockade. The commanders of the troops expressed their opinions one after another, and the group discussed intensely. As for the beyond grade they just sat by the side and listened, not participating at all. However, after the upper echelons discussed for a while, Simon turned around and asked Han Xiao, "Black Star, what do you think? You guys can decide on this matter. I have no objections." Han Xiao shook his head, indicating that professional matters should be done by professionals. However, he paused for a moment before adding, However, there's a high chance that the world tree has sensed the direction of the information leak. The authenticity of the information I obtained is doubtful, and it might be a trick deliberately released by the world tree. This risk has to be considered. Simon took a deep breath. I understand that, but even if we cannot confirm whether the intelligence is true or false, we have to be prepared to deal with a fleet of 200 billion. Even if there is only 1% or 1 in 1,000 chance that it is true, we have to be prepared. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Indeed. Han Xiao nodded. If it was true and he did not take precautions in advance, there was an 80% chance that the world tree would break through his defenses and kill him. Destiny's Child had also monitored the first 2 attacks. Han Xiao had also retained his suspicions, but in the end, it was proven that the information was correct. However, this did not make him feel at ease. Instead, it made him even more vigilant. If the world tree had deliberately revealed the information about the first 2 attacks to try to reduce their wariness, then it must be holding back a big move and sending out fake information at the critical moment. However, there was no way to know what the world tree was planning. Fortunately, I got a new observation device from the first sanctum and gave it to the 3 universal civilizations. The world tree can't act secretly here like before. Any movement will be discovered. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. Ever since the 3 universal civilizations applied the special over-the-horizon detection technology he had provided to the battle, their reliance on Destiny's Child's surveillance channel had decreased greatly. Even if the world tree had any plans, it could not be carried out secretly, and the risk was greatly reduced. The meeting lasted for a long time before the commanders left with heavy hearts. Han Xiao and the others also left the meeting room and returned to their residence. On the way, Kasui squeezed through the crowd and came to Han Xiao's side. The world tree did not send any high-level combatants in the first 2 attacks. This time, they suddenly launched an all-out attack. Do you think they have found a way to restrict Aurora? Han Xiao glanced at him. Before he could say anything, Sun Hunter jumped from Han Xiao's shoulder to Kasui's head and said in a muffled voice, they might be planning to ignore us high-level combatants and purely use their troops to attack the defense line. Ignore us? It's not impossible as long as they're willing to bear the risk of a local battle. After all, no matter how powerful we are, we won't be able to have a fundamental impact in a war of this scale. At most, we'll open up some opportunities, Kasui pondered. Seeing that the 2 of them were chatting, Han Xiao gave up on replying and turned to look at Ames. Why are you looking at me? Ames raised her brows. Are you afraid that the enemy will take out 200 billion fleets? Han Xiao asked casually. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ames shook her head. In the past few months, she had participated in the first 2 attacks of the World Tree and now had war experience. It's different this time. The World Tree might send out high-level combatants. You haven't participated in the first large-scale battle and haven't fought with the World Tree experts. They're very difficult to deal with. It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. Ames's expression was calm. Don't underestimate them. The intensity of a beyond Grade A battle is not something that can be compared to the previous 2 battles with conventional fleets. I suggest you follow Milizor's. Han Xiao pointed at the old dragon. Why should I follow him? Ames was curious. He's so big. If you hide on him, they won't be able to hit you. If necessary, you can even throw his body out with your force field to help you block the attacks. Han Xiao shrugged. You know I can hear you, right? Milizor's incarnation could not help but turn around and look at him helplessly. I just want you to hear me. My nickname is the Dragon Emperor. It's reasonable for me to sit on you, right? Han Xiao curled his lips. These words sound familiar. Have you told me this before? Milizor's snorted disapprovingly through his nostrils. Han Xiao spread his hands. Don't you think this strategy is very reliable? I don't think so at all. Furthermore, my body has already shrunk a lot, so I won't be used as a target by the enemy. This plan is definitely useless. Milizor's was very calm. A person who had successfully lost weight was so unyielding. Then recover your body size. You have such a huge body, but you don't protect your teammates. This is a waste. You're dreaming. Milizors rolled his eyes and ignored Han Xiao. The group was not frightened by the possible large-scale battle and returned to their residence while chatting and laughing. Han Xiao closed the door. His smile quickly disappeared, and he frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the World Tree was going to use high-level combatants this time, and the subduing Tree King should not have revived yet. There was probably a new Tree King coming this time. Among the 5 great Tree Kings, only the subduing Tree King's ability was the simplest and most violent. The other Tree Kings were all flowery. No matter who it was, they would only be more difficult to deal with than the subduing Tree King. At the same time, in the flickering world, on a desolate planet in the Black Star Core territory, rumble, 2 blurry figures flashed across the desolate land like meteors, constantly colliding with each other. Every time, they were on the verge of exploding, creating intense shockwaves and leaving huge craters on the ground. Suddenly, the 2 figures came to a halt, revealing their appearances. One was Lathair, and the other was Carlet, who was receiving instruction. Lathair spun the dagger with his fingers and kept it in the scabbard at his waist. Your strength has increased again. You can already withstand my current strength. In the next combat training, I will release more combat strength and continue to squeeze out your potential. All right, I'll train hard. Carlet's fists collided with each other, causing sparks to fly. His face was filled with determination. He had applied to go to the front lines to fight against the enemies more than once, but he had always been rejected by Black Star. He knew that this was because Han Xiao valued his potential and was giving him time to grow under the pressure at the front lines. Carrot understood that his most important task was to focus on training and grow to the point where he could go to the front lines to help Han Xiao as soon as possible. Therefore, after the war broke out, he took the initiative to train every day. With this speed, it's only a matter of time before you become a beyond grade A. Although Lathair said this, he was secretly muttering in his heart. During the days of training Carrot, he realized that Carrot's improvement was extraordinary. Furthermore, his growth speed did not slow down because of the increase in his strength. Instead, it became faster and faster. It was as if there was no bottleneck, and his improvement every day was visible to the naked eye. Lathair was originally curious about why Han Xiao valued Carrot, but now, he no longer had any doubts, only deep surprise. There's actually such a martial arts genius in this world. How did Black Star discover him? World Tree Territory, Tree King Palace. On the 5 thrones sat 2 figures. One was the Heart Tree King, and the other was the Fortitude Tree King, who was wrapped in heavy armor. Below the 2 Tree Kings stood many executive officers. Some of the people who had died in battle had already been revived. Release the information. It has already been displayed through the 4 seers, Tedrian replied with his head lowered. I hope their attention is all on this. Heart Tree King rubbed the armrest and nodded slowly. Tedrian continued, in the previous few attacks, we have already calculated the approximate structure of the interception circle, as well as the number of troops stationed and the limit of follow-up support. This time, we will increase our advantage in numbers and should be able to break through the interception circle in one go. At the very least, we will be able to clear their space anchor orbit. Hearing this, Heart Tree King casually nodded and did not have any intention of saying anything else. He waved his hand and let the executive officers leave. Very soon, only the 2 Tree Kings were left in the palace. Fortitude Tree King turned his head slightly and seemed to be looking at Heart Tree King from the corner of his eye hidden behind the mechanical suit's mask. You've already decided to take action personally? Is this your intention for urging me to reveal myself? Only I can deal with that recovery-type Esper easily, and that universal treasure can only unleash its greatest power in my hands. If I die there, you will be in charge of the matters here for the time being, Heart Tree King said calmly. How long until the subduing Tree King revives? Fortitude Tree King frowned. Although I water him every day, there's still some time. Heart Tree King waved his hand. Fortitude Tree King was silent for a while before saying with a deep voice, in that case, bring my lord's avatar, apostle weapons, and mechanical army over. You plan to save my life? If I let you live to preside over the matters here, I can continue to stay comfortably in the mother tree and absorb nutrients, Fortitude Tree King said coldly. Heart Tree King shook his head. The civilization this time is very strong. You will have to participate in the battle sooner or later. We'll talk about it when the time comes. After saying that, Fortitude Tree King's body merged into the tree-crowned throne and disappeared. Seeing this, Heart Tree King felt a little helpless. No matter how hardworking they were in the past, after being chosen as the Tree King, they would all become lazier and lazier. They would not move if they could, especially Fortitude Tree King, who was a mechanic. He still remembered that this guy was a research and development maniac before he became the Tree King. Now, not to mention research and development, he could not even be bothered to build machinery. In comparison, Heart Tree King preferred the subduing Tree King. He could make him work with just a few words. He was simply a clear stream among the Tree Kings, the best tool in the eyes of the other four. End of chapter. Chapter 1376. After receiving news from Han Xiao that the World Tree was suspected to be launching a new attack, the three universal civilizations began to prepare for war. Batches of standby troops stationed at the rear were mobilized, causing the number of troops in the interception circle to increase. Because Destiny's Child did not obtain any information about the World Tree's subsequent actions, the three universal civilizations could only be on guard and maintain the highest level of detection all day long. The generals of all levels were also tense and did not dare relax. It was like knowing that a knife would slash at them, but they did not know when the enemy would slash at them. As the interception circle was expanding, the wormhole support network had to be extended continuously. The three universal civilizations were not sure which area the World Tree would attack. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed, but the World Tree still did not launch an attack. Just as the three universal civilizations were wondering if this was a diversion, the detection device finally sent a report. It discovered that a large-scale World Tree fleet had entered the over-the-horizon observation area and was slowly advancing toward the interception circle. There were more than 200 billion battleships, and it was clearly the new wave of invading army according to the intelligence. Because of the special observation device provided by Han Xiao, the current over-the-horizon detection range of the three universal civilizations far exceeded the range of their control. This meant that they could launch over-the-horizon attacks on this World Tree fleet from a further distance, indirectly increasing the strategic distance for the enemy to reach the interception circle. After locking onto the target, the three universal civilizations immediately launched over-the-horizon firepower coverage. At the same time, they used the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device to release the space-time splicing self-destructing troops in an attempt to consume more enemy troops. The World Tree Army endured a period of bombardment before they passed through a large portion of the strategic area and arrived at the edge of the area controlled by the three universal civilizations. Further ahead was the space-time anchored orbit network that sealed the jump points. However, the World Tree Army did not attack quickly like the previous 3 times in order to avoid wasting too many troops on the way. Instead, they stopped at the edge of the area controlled by the three universal civilizations and spread out the Lerbo space protection belt to isolate the Endless Fleet from long-range attacks. At the same time, they split up their troops and supported each other while sweeping through the space-time anchored orbit. This time, the World Tree did not seem to want to launch a surprise attack. Instead, it planned to use the large army as the foundation to launch a large-scale battle. The fleet that swept through the orbit this time was not the small fleet from before. It was even larger. The three universal civilizations were in a dilemma. They knew that the World Tree was clearly forcing them to leave the interception circle and fight in the wild, which would consume their forces more efficiently. In the previous few times when they resisted the World Tree's attacks, the interception circle had played a huge role. Most importantly, the wormhole support network hidden in the strategic depths of the layers of defense could quickly gather troops and descend on the World Tree's main attack area. If it was a field battle, this advantage would be greatly reduced. Although the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device could also provide support, it was a universal treasure with a high production cost. The limited number of universal treasures resulted in the efficiency of sending large batches of troops being inferior to the regular wormhole support channel. However, if they did not care about the sweeping operation of the World Tree Fleet, the space stabilization orbit that had been laid out over the past few days would not be fixed. After some consideration, the three universal civilizations still sent out some troops to try and stop them. They also continuously attacked the large troops that the World Tree had stationed at the edge of the controlled area. This caused high-intensity field battles to break out in the controlled area. In order to reduce the casualties of the local battles, the Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations were sent out one after another to help their own troops fight against the enemy's fleet. They were also equipped with the King mechanical suit and could retreat to the interception circle base at any time. However, the World Tree experts did not appear, as if they did not intend to restrain the high-level combatants of the three universal civilizations. Although the three universal civilizations had obtained most of the victories in the local battlefield with relatively low losses, under the pressure of the enemy army, they were unable to repair or maintain the space stabilization orbit. They also had to endure constant attacks. Temporarily repelling the sweeping troops was just like drinking poison to quench their thirst. After more than a month of confrontation, both sides had lost tens of billions of troops. The three universal civilizations finally decided that they could not stop the enemy from destroying all the space stabilization orbits, so they had no choice but to throw away this burden and shrink their troops to preserve their strength. They no longer invested troops in a battle of attrition. Instead, they exchanged for strategic depth and long-range attacks to wipe out the World Tree's troops. The two sides fought for another period of time. After about 3 months, the World Tree Army finally swept through all the space anchoring orbits set up by the three universal civilizations, freeing up the jump points of all the vanguard armies for more than half a year. For this, they paid the price of nearly 100 billion troops. On April 6, 784 of the Galaxy calendar, the World Tree Army that had been stationed at the edge of the controlled area for several months finally moved out again and attacked the interception circle. After a period of travel, the World Tree Army, which only had about half of its troops left, finally crossed the strategic depth and arrived at the interception circle. They tried to break through the blockade and immediately engaged in an intense battle with the three universal civilizations' troops. The three universal civilizations were waiting for the enemy to tire out, and they had the advantage in numbers. As soon as the battle started, they quickly gained the upper hand. According to this trend, it would not be a problem for them to withstand this wave of attacks and destroy the World Tree's fleet of hundreds of billions. However, on the third day of the battle between the two sides, 3 World Tree reinforcements landed from the nearby jump points that had been unsealed. A total of 150 billion fresh troops entered the battle and attacked different areas. The pressure on the three universal civilizations immediately increased. They mobilized their existing troops to resist while summoning reinforcements from the rear. After another 5 days of fighting, 2 more World Tree reinforcements landed, totaling more than 100 billion. On the 9th day, the 80 billion World Tree fleet arrived. On the 14th day, 140 billion enemy reinforcements arrived. On the 20th day, 206 billion enemy reinforcements arrived. The World Tree's reinforcements were endless. No matter how many soldiers died at the front lines, the reinforcements would be sent from the rear. They wanted to completely exert their advantage in a war of attrition and wear through the entire interception circle. Warzone C-1008A is in an emergency. Warzone L-0213B is in an emergency. The scene in the command room was very busy. The emotionless synthesized voice of the spaceship artificial intelligence kept broadcasting the emergency alarms of the war zones. Simon and the other upper echelons stared at the real-time monitoring of the battle, their eyes bloodshot with fatigue. The intense battle lasted for nearly a month, and it did not stop for a second. Currently, none of the surviving generals were not exhausted, and the losses of the fleets on both sides had long risen to hundreds of billions. On the side, most of the Beyond Grade as were injured. These injuries were all caused by the World Tree fleet, and no high-level combatants were involved. The endless reinforcements of the World Tree made the battle situation precarious. Even the beyond grade as had no choice but to fight against the fleet. In this month, they were like firefighters, stabilizing the various battlefields that were in danger time and time again. They did not have much time to rest and recover. Even so, the contributions of the many beyond grade as were just a drop in the bucket in a large-scale galactic battle with more than 1 trillion battleships. They could not play a decisive role. Many beyond grade as were worried. Although the high-level combatants of the World Tree did not participate in the battle, causing there to be no new victims among the beyond grade as on their side, seeing the 3 Universal Civilizations troops getting more and more disadvantaged, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Kasui looked at the battle monitor and moved closer to Han Xiao. He said in a low voice, "The World Tree has launched an all-out attack. They are fighting head-on without caring about casualties. The first and second layers of defense have been penetrated, and the enemy's reinforcements are still coming. From the looks of it, the interception circle should not be able to hold on." "I think so." Han Xiao exhaled. He was also exhausted. The intense war that had lasted for a month had completely turned this place into a meat grinder. Even most of the players had used up their daily resurrection quota many times. In such a place, what he could do was very limited. The World Tree did not use any special plan this time. They purely relied on their advantage in numbers to fight head-on. As long as they did not break through the interception circle, they would not stop sending reinforcements. If a month was not enough, then 2 months, 3 months. There was only one word to describe it: reckless. The interception circle could not stop the World Tree's advance once and for all, and it would be broken through sooner or later. However, this day seemed to have come earlier than expected. From the moment it was established, it had only bought about a year for the 3 Universal Civilizations. "Black Star, we have to consider retreating too," Kasui whispered. Han Xiao ignored him and looked at the battlefield outside. At this moment, countless battleships were fighting and exchanging fire. The dazzling lights were like the stars in the sky. The silent resplendence carried with it a destructive aura. Every second, countless creatures would fall into the embrace of death. Even if the 3 Universal Civilizations interception circle troops were defeated, they would have enough time to retreat to their territory. Even if the World Tree passed through the interception circle, it would still take a long time to reach the edge of the flickering world. However, there was a high chance that the 3 Universal Civilizations would not be able to replicate a defensive line similar to the interception circle. This meant that as long as the World Tree broke through, it would mean that the other party's invasion of the territory had officially entered the countdown. At this moment, another World Tree fleet entered the battlefield. The familiar Tree King halo followed, immediately increasing the combat strength of the World Tree members, attracting everyone's attention. This is the ability of the Tree King. They've finally sent out their high-level combatants. The 3 Universal Civilizations are already having a hard time holding on. If the Tree King uses the halo at this time, it will probably be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I wonder which Tree King came this time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed with seriousness. Not only him, all the other beyond grade as locked their gazes on the source of the halo and tensed up. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.